Every tired mind you see during the day is fighting conversations no one else can hear. The constant replaying, the endless analyzing, the fear of making the wrong decision, the invisible pressure to figure everything out before life even happens. And when the world finally becomes quiet, the mind becomes louder. Not because you are broken, not because you are weak, but because no one ever taught you how to sit with your thoughts without becoming trapped inside them. We were taught how to work, but not how to mentally rest, how to chase success, but not how to calm fear, how to stay busy, but never how to be still. So the mind keeps spinning, from one worry to another, one memory to another, one imagined future to another, as if thinking harder could somehow protect you from pain. But the Stoics understood something most people never realize. The mind suffers more from imagination than reality itself. Most of the battles exhausting you right now have never even happened, and many of them never will. Yet your body still carries the tension. Your nervous system still prepares for danger. Your thoughts still search for problems, even during moments meant for peace. Tonight, that cycle begins to slow down. Tonight is not about forcing your thoughts away. It is not about becoming emotionless. It is not about pretending life is perfect. It is about learning how to observe your mind without obeying every fear it creates. The Stoics believed that peace begins the moment you stop arguing with every thought that enters your head. That clarity appears when the mind no longer chases every what-if. And that true strength is not controlling the world around you, but calming the storm within you. So tonight, for the next 4 hours, you are going to slowly retrain the mind, to release unnecessary fear, to loosen the grip of overthinking, to stop carrying tomorrow before it arrives, and to finally experience the silence your mind has been begging for. Because a peaceful mind changes everything. And maybe that is the strangest part of all this. Many people say they want peace, but the moment life finally becomes quiet, something inside them grows restless. The silence feels unfamiliar. The calm feels suspicious, and without even realizing it, they begin searching for a new problem to carry. Because after years of mental noise, the mind can become addicted to chaos. There are people who no longer know how to exist without stress, not because they enjoy suffering, but because suffering became familiar. Their mind has spent so many years preparing for danger that peace itself starts to feel dangerous. A calm day feels off. A quiet moment feels uncomfortable. A peaceful relationship feels boring. And stillness becomes something the nervous system no longer trusts. This happens more often than most people realize. Some people grew up in homes where tension was normal, loud arguments, unpredictable moods, constant criticism, emotional instability. Their body learned very early that safety could disappear at any moment, so they adapted by becoming hyper-alert, always scanning, always preparing, always thinking ahead to prevent pain before it arrived. At first, this survival pattern helped them. It protected them from emotional shocks. But over time, the mind forgot how to turn the alarm off. So even years later, long after the original danger has disappeared, the brain still behaves as if something bad is about to happen. The body remains tense during peaceful moments. The mind keeps searching for hidden problems, and instead of resting, the person begins mentally creating new battles to solve. This is why some people overthink even the smallest things. A delayed text message becomes a possible rejection. A small change in someone's tone becomes a sign of conflict. A quiet room becomes filled with imagined scenarios. The mind keeps producing possibilities because uncertainty feels unbearable. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed that an undisciplined mind creates suffering even when life itself is calm. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that many of the things disturbing him existed only inside his interpretation of reality, not reality itself. And that changes everything. Because once you realize the mind can create storms out of silence, you stop believing every fearful thought that enters your head. But this addiction to chaos is not always dramatic. Sometimes it hides inside productivity. Some people cannot rest without guilt. The moment they sit down, they feel anxious. If they are not busy, distracted, solving something, fixing something, or worrying about something, they feel uncomfortable inside their own mind. So they stay constantly stimulated, scrolling, working, over-planning, over-analyzing, filling every moment with noise because silence forces them to face emotions they have avoided for years. And eventually the body begins to confuse stress with identity. Calm feels unnatural because the nervous system has adjusted itself around tension. The brain begins expecting chaos the same way the body expects caffeine every morning. Without it, something feels missing. This is why some people sabotage peaceful moments without realizing it. They start unnecessary arguments. They reopen old wounds. They obsess over problems they cannot control. They mentally rehearse painful conversations that may never happen, because deep down, the mind has become trained to survive, not to rest. But survival mode is exhausting. The human mind was never designed to stay under constant emotional pressure. Over time, chronic overthinking slowly drains joy from ordinary life. Simple moments become difficult to enjoy because the brain keeps pulling attention into future fears or past regrets. You could be sitting beside people who love you and still feel mentally absent because your thoughts are somewhere else entirely. This is why the Stoics constantly practiced returning to the present moment. Not because the present was perfect, but because the present was usually far less painful than the imagination. Right now, in this exact moment, you are breathing. You are here. The future has not arrived yet. Most of the disasters the mind fears do not exist outside thought, yet the body reacts as if those imagined fears are physically happening. And the longer this continues, the harder it becomes to recognize peace when it finally appears. Some people even feel emotionally empty without problems because chaos gave them purpose. Worry made them feel responsible. Stress made them feel useful. Overthinking became a way to feel in control of uncertain life. But control gained through anxiety is never real control. It is only exhaustion wearing the mask of preparation. Real peace begins when you stop treating every thought like an emergency. The Stoics taught that thoughts are not commands. They are not prophecies. They are not always truth. Many thoughts are simply mental weather passing through the mind. Some dark, some irrational, some fearful, some repetitive, but none of them deserve complete authority over your inner world. And this changes the relationship you have with your own mind. Instead of immediately reacting to every fear, you begin observing it. You notice the tension without feeding it. You let thoughts pass without chasing them. Slowly, the nervous system starts relearning something it forgot long ago. That silence is not danger. That peace is not weakness. That stillness does not mean something bad is coming. And maybe for the first time in years, the mind begins understanding that life does not always need to feel heavy in order to feel meaningful. And once the mind becomes used to carrying invisible tension, it starts creating entire emotional battles out of situations that have not even happened yet. A single memory becomes a full argument in your head. A future interaction becomes a mental courtroom. And without realizing it, you begin spending hours emotionally reacting to conversations that may never exist outside your imagination. Some of the most exhausting fights in life happen completely inside the mind. A person says something small during the day, and hours later, the brain is still replaying it. You think about what you should have said, what they may have meant, what they might say next time. The mind keeps editing imaginary scenes as if it is trying to write the perfect ending to a conversation that already ended. And strangely enough, the body reacts as if the conflict is still happening in real time. Your heart rate changes, your muscles tighten, your breathing becomes shallow. Stress chemicals move through the nervous system, even though you are physically alone in a quiet room. This is the hidden power of overthinking. The brain does not fully distinguish between imagined social danger and real social danger. To the nervous system, rejection feels threatening. This goes back thousands of years. Human beings survived through belonging. Being accepted by the tribe meant safety. Being rejected often meant isolation, danger, or death. So the brain evolved to become extremely sensitive to social conflict. That ancient survival instinct still lives inside modern people today. This is why the mind obsesses over awkward moments, criticism, embarrassment, or tension with others. Even small interactions can trigger hours of mental replay because the brain is trying to protect you from future pain. It wants to prepare the perfect response, the perfect defense, the perfect explanation. But the problem is that the mind rarely stops at preparation. It keeps going deeper into imagined scenarios until the person becomes emotionally trapped inside events that have never happened. You start mentally arguing with people while showering, rehearsing speeches while driving, defending yourself inside conversations that only exist in your head. And most of the time, none of those conversations ever occur in real life. Still, the emotional exhaustion remains real. This is one of the quiet reasons so many people feel mentally drained even on calm days. Their body may be resting, but their mind is constantly fighting invisible social wars. The Stoics warned against this kind of suffering. Epictetus taught that human beings are disturbed not by events themselves, but by their judgments about those events. In other words, much of the pain people experience comes from interpretation, anticipation, and imagination rather than reality itself. A person may spend 3 days worrying about a conversation that lasts only 2 minutes. And when the moment finally arrives, it often turns out far less dramatic than the mind predicted. Sometimes the other person was never angry. Sometimes they were distracted. Sometimes they barely even remembered the situation that kept you awake at night. But the overthinking mind struggles to accept uncertainty. It believes that if it can mentally rehearse enough possibilities, it can avoid emotional discomfort completely. So it keeps scanning for danger hidden inside words, expressions, text messages, pauses, and tone changes. This creates a life where the mind is always on guard. You begin over-reading people, over-explaining yourself, mentally preparing for criticism before anyone even criticizes you. And eventually, conversations stop feeling natural because your attention becomes divided between the real interaction and the imagined dangers surrounding it. The Stoic cure begins with recognizing something uncomfortable but freeing. You cannot fully control how people think about you. You cannot perfectly manage every social outcome. You cannot force yourself to be liked by everyone. And you cannot rehearse life into complete emotional safety. Once the mind accepts this, something inside starts relaxing. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that other people's opinions belong to them, not to him. He understood that trying to control every perception is a form of mental slavery, because the more your peace depends on how others respond to you, the more fragile your inner world becomes. This does not mean becoming cold or careless. It means learning to stop sacrificing your peace, trying to predict every possible reaction from every possible person. There is also another hidden reason people rehearse conversations endlessly. Many people carry unresolved fear of being misunderstood. Maybe earlier in life, they were ignored when they tried to explain themselves. Maybe they were judged unfairly. Maybe they learned that mistakes brought shame or punishment. So now, the mind constantly tries to get it right before speaking. It becomes terrified of saying the wrong thing. But perfection inside communication does not exist. Even wise people get misunderstood. Even calm people get criticized. Even kind people get rejected sometimes. That is part of being human. The Stoics accepted this reality instead of fighting it endlessly. They focused more on their own intentions than on controlling outcomes. If they spoke honestly, calmly, and with integrity, they let the rest go. Because once words leave your mouth, they no longer belong entirely to you. And this mindset creates enormous emotional freedom. You stop mentally chasing every conversation after it ends. You stop reopening interactions looking for hidden mistakes. You stop carrying imaginary arguments into bed every night. Slowly, the nervous system begins understanding that not every social moment is a threat requiring analysis. Sometimes silence is just silence. Sometimes a delayed reply means nothing. Sometimes people are fighting battles inside themselves that have absolutely nothing to do with you. And maybe one of the most peaceful realizations a person can have is this: not every thought deserves a response. Not every fear deserves investigation. And not every imagined conversation deserves your energy. And once the mind becomes trapped in imaginary conversations, it begins searching for something even more exhausting than control. Closure. The desperate need to fully understand everything. To know why something happened, why someone changed, why they left, why they became cold, why things ended the way they did. And for many people, the inability to answer those questions becomes its own form of suffering. Some wounds stay open not because the event itself was unbearable, but because the mind keeps demanding an explanation that never arrives. A message gets ignored. A friendship fades without warning. Someone you trusted suddenly becomes distant. A relationship ends with confusion instead of clarity. And instead of accepting the uncertainty, the mind starts building endless theories trying to solve the emotional mystery. You replay old moments searching for hidden clues. You reread conversations. You examine tone. You analyze facial expressions. You mentally reconstruct timelines as if the pain could disappear if you could just discover the missing answer. But sometimes there is no satisfying answer waiting to be found. And this is one of the hardest truths the human mind struggles to accept. The brain craves completion. It wants stories to make sense. It wants emotional experiences tied together neatly with understanding and resolution. Unanswered questions feel psychologically unfinished, almost like an open door the mind cannot stop staring at. This is why uncertainty can feel physically painful. The nervous system interprets unresolved situations as unfinished threats. Your body remains emotionally alert because the brain keeps believing the problem still needs solving. So even months later, a single memory can reopen emotional tension instantly, not because the event is still happening, but because the mind never emotionally released it. This creates a hidden prison. A person becomes mentally chained to things they cannot change because they are waiting for clarity before allowing themselves peace. They believe healing can only begin once they fully understand everything. But life rarely works that way. Some people will never explain themselves honestly. Some betrayals will never make logical sense. Some endings will always feel incomplete. And some questions will remain unanswered forever. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed suffering increases when we demand certainty from a world that has never promised it. Much of human pain comes from arguing with reality instead of learning how to live inside its uncertainty. Epictetus taught that peace begins when you separate what is within your control from what is outside it. And closure often belongs outside your control. You cannot force people to communicate clearly. You cannot make someone emotionally mature enough to explain their behavior. You cannot demand understanding from someone who refuses honesty. And you cannot build peace by endlessly chasing answers from people who already walked away emotionally. This is where overthinking becomes dangerous. The mind convinces itself that one more thought will finally bring relief. One more replay, one more theory, one more mental investigation. But instead of finding peace, the person becomes emotionally trapped inside loops that never end. The search itself becomes addictive. You wake up thinking about it. You shower thinking about it. You go to sleep mentally arguing with possibilities. And while life keeps moving forward, part of your mind stays frozen inside a moment that no longer exists. Marcus Aurelius warned himself constantly about wasting mental energy on things beyond his influence. He understood that the mind can easily become consumed by questions that produce no wisdom, only exhaustion. And this happens because the brain confuses understanding with safety. It believes that if you can fully explain the pain, you can prevent it from happening again. So it keeps digging through memories, searching for certainty, where certainty may never exist. But there is a powerful shift that changes everything. Healing does not always require answers. Sometimes it requires acceptance. Not acceptance that what happened was fair, not acceptance that the pain did not matter, but acceptance that your peace cannot depend on solving every unanswered question in your life. Because if peace only comes after complete certainty, then peace will almost never come. There are people who spend years emotionally imprisoned by things they cannot resolve, waiting for apologies that never arrive, waiting for explanations from emotionally unavailable people, waiting for one final conversation that magically removes all pain. Meanwhile, life quietly passes by them. The Stoics practiced something difficult but freeing. They learned how to sit with uncertainty without letting it destroy their inner world. They understood that unanswered questions are part of being alive. You will never fully understand every person. You will never fully predict human behavior. You will never fully control how relationships evolve. And you will never eliminate uncertainty completely, no matter how much you think. Once the mind stops demanding perfect closure, emotional space begins opening again. You start realizing that not knowing everything is survivable. The nervous system slowly relaxes because it no longer feels responsible for solving every emotional puzzle. You stop carrying invisible investigations everywhere you go. You stop reopening old emotional files every night searching for hidden meaning. And something quieter begins replacing the obsession. Presence. You begin returning your attention to the life happening now instead of mentally living inside unfinished endings. You start protecting your peace more carefully. You become less willing to sacrifice your mental health, trying to force clarity from situations built on confusion. This does not happen overnight. The mind will still try to revisit old questions sometimes. It will still search for explanations during lonely moments. That is normal. But slowly, you learn not to follow every mental trail. You learn to let some questions remain unanswered without letting them consume your entire emotional world. And maybe that is one of the deepest forms of freedom a person can experience. The ability to move forward, even without closure, and after spending so much time searching for answers, many people slowly begin believing something dangerous without even noticing it. They start believing that worrying is a sign of intelligence. That constant mental activity means they are responsible, prepared, thoughtful, or wise. But in reality, overthinking and wisdom are not the same thing. Some of the most anxious people in the world are not trapped because they lack intelligence. They are trapped because their intelligence became hijacked by fear. The mind starts convincing itself that endless analysis is helping, that replaying every possibility somehow creates protection, that mentally exhausting yourself is proof you are taking life seriously. So the person keeps thinking before conversations, thinking after conversations, thinking before decisions, thinking after decisions, thinking about future problems that may never arrive, thinking about past mistakes that can no longer be changed. And eventually, worry becomes emotionally confused with responsibility. A calm person begins looking careless. A peaceful person begins looking naive. Meanwhile, the anxious mind secretly feels superior because it believes constant worrying means greater awareness. But this is one of the biggest illusions overthinking creates, because intelligence without inner peace often becomes self-destruction. The Stoics understood that a restless mind is not necessarily a wise one. In fact, they believed true wisdom shows itself through clarity, emotional discipline, and the ability to remain steady under pressure. Anyone can panic, anyone can spiral into fearful thinking, anyone can mentally create worst-case scenarios. But remaining calm while seeing reality clearly, that requires real strength. Many overthinkers grew up receiving praise for being mature, careful, or deep thinkers. They became the problem solvers, the responsible ones, the emotionally alert ones who noticed danger before everyone else. Over time, the brain connected anxiety with value. If they stopped worrying, they felt lazy. If they stopped preparing mentally, they felt irresponsible. If they relaxed, guilt appeared almost immediately. So rest became uncomfortable. Their nervous system started treating calmness like a lack of discipline instead of a sign of balance. And because society often rewards productivity, stress, and busyness, this pattern becomes even harder to notice. People admire the overworker. They praise the constantly busy person. They call exhausted people driven. They glorify mental overload as ambition. But deep inside, many of those people are emotionally drowning. Because the brain was never designed to carry non-stop pressure every hour of the day. The overthinking mind also develops another dangerous habit. It starts mistaking mental complexity for emotional depth. Simple answers no longer feel satisfying. Calm solutions feel too easy. The mind keeps searching for hidden meanings, hidden dangers, hidden complications, because struggle itself starts feeling more believable than peace. This is why some people cannot trust good moments. If life feels calm, they assume something bad is coming. If someone treats them kindly, they search for hidden motives. If things are going well, the mind immediately prepares for disaster. Not because they are wise, but because anxiety trained them to expect instability. The Stoics constantly warned against this kind of mental suffering. Seneca once wrote that people suffer more in imagination than in reality, and modern life proves this every single day. A person can ruin an entire peaceful afternoon worrying about something that never happens. Meanwhile, reality itself was never the true problem. The real problem was the inability to stop mentally rehearsing fear. There is also another hidden reason worry feels intelligent. Worry creates the illusion of control. When the mind keeps analyzing possibilities, it feels active. It feels productive. It feels like it is doing something about uncertainty. But many times, excessive thinking produces no meaningful action at all. It only drains emotional energy. This is why overthinkers often feel exhausted even when they have done very little physically. The mind has been running emotional marathons all day, and eventually this constant mental activity weakens decision-making instead of improving it. Too many possibilities create paralysis. Too much analysis creates confusion. The person becomes trapped between choices because they are trying to predict every possible outcome before taking a single step. But life cannot be mastered that way. No human being can think themselves into complete safety. Marcus Aurelius understood this deeply. He focused his energy on action instead of endless mental speculation. He knew there is a difference between reflection and obsession. Reflection creates understanding, obsession creates suffering, and many overthinkers cross that line without realizing it. The Stoic cure begins by changing how you define intelligence itself. True intelligence is not the ability to endlessly worry. It is the ability to think clearly without becoming emotionally consumed. It is knowing when thought is useful and when thought becomes self-harm. A wise mind knows when to stop feeding fear. This does not mean becoming careless or emotionally detached from life. It means learning how to prepare without panicking, to reflect without spiraling, to face uncertainty without mentally collapsing into endless what-if scenarios. Because some of the calmest people you meet are not unintelligent at all. They simply understand something the anxious mind forgets. Peace protects clarity. A fearful mind sees danger everywhere. A calm mind sees reality more accurately, and that changes everything. Once you stop worshipping worry as wisdom, the nervous system begins relaxing its grip. You no longer feel proud of emotional exhaustion. You stop measuring responsibility by how stressed you are. You stop believing that suffering internally makes you more prepared for life. And slowly you begin discovering a quieter kind of intelligence, the kind built on awareness instead of panic, presence instead of prediction, stillness instead of mental chaos. Because real wisdom does not constantly scream inside your head. Most of the time, it speaks softly. And once the mind begins treating worry like wisdom, it slowly becomes obsessed with another illusion. The belief that if you plan enough, predict enough, and prepare enough, you can finally escape uncertainty. So the mind starts living in tomorrow instead of today. Some people are physically present almost everywhere they go, but mentally, they are always somewhere in the future, preparing for next week, anticipating next month, rehearsing future problems before they even exist. Their body sits in the room, but their nervous system is already reacting to imaginary situations that have not happened yet. And after enough years, this future-focused thinking starts feeling normal. The person no longer even notices how rarely they fully experience the present moment. A peaceful morning becomes interrupted by thoughts about bills, deadlines, aging, relationships, health, responsibilities, or worst-case scenarios waiting somewhere ahead. Even beautiful moments become difficult to enjoy because the mind keeps whispering, "What if this doesn't last?" This is the hidden fear beneath constant future planning. It is not always ambition. It is not always responsibility. Sometimes it is fear wearing the mask of preparation. The nervous system becomes terrified of uncertainty, and because uncertainty feels emotionally unsafe, the brain tries to reduce that fear by mentally controlling the future before it arrives. It wants guarantees, predictability, clear outcomes, emotional insurance against pain. But life refuses to give complete certainty to anyone. No amount of planning can fully protect you from disappointment, change, loss, rejection, illness, or unexpected events. Yet the anxious mind keeps trying anyway because uncertainty feels unbearable to carry. This creates a constant state of internal tension. The body remains alert, as if danger is approaching from somewhere ahead. Stress hormones quietly move through the nervous system all day long. Muscles tighten without reason. Sleep becomes shallow. The mind rarely feels fully settled because part of it is always trying to prepare for what comes next. And eventually, the future becomes a psychological prison. Not because planning itself is wrong. Planning can be healthy and wise. The problem begins when planning turns into emotional survival, when the mind believes peace can only exist after every possible future risk has been solved. That moment never comes, because uncertainty is part of being alive. The Stoics understood this deeply. In fact, much of Stoic philosophy was built around learning how to remain steady inside uncertainty rather than trying to eliminate uncertainty completely. Epictetus constantly reminded himself that many things remain outside human control. The weather, other people's choices, sudden change, public opinion, illness, loss, time itself. And strangely enough, accepting this reality created peace instead of fear. Because once the mind stops demanding certainty from life, it stops fighting reality every second of the day. But for overthinkers, uncertainty often feels physically threatening. This usually begins much earlier in life than people realize. Some grew up in unstable environments where emotional safety disappeared suddenly. Maybe love felt unpredictable. Maybe conflict appeared without warning. Maybe they experienced betrayal, criticism, abandonment, or emotional inconsistency. So the brain adapted. It learned to stay mentally ahead of danger at all times, to constantly predict emotional shifts before they happened, to over-prepare, to over-analyze, to mentally live in the future because staying alert once helped them survive emotionally. But survival mode is exhausting when it never turns off. The person becomes addicted to planning because planning temporarily reduces anxiety. Writing lists, organizing possibilities, mentally rehearsing outcomes, all of it creates a short feeling of control. But the relief never lasts long. Soon another uncertainty appears, another future scenario, another imagined problem demanding attention. So the mind keeps running forward endlessly, searching for a level of certainty life was never designed to provide. Marcus Aurelius practiced something radically different. Instead of trying to control every future outcome, he trained himself to handle whatever arrived with calmness and character. This is an enormous psychological shift. The anxious mind says, "I must predict everything." The Stoic mind says, "I will handle whatever comes." One mindset creates tension, the other creates resilience. Because real peace does not come from controlling the future. It comes from trusting your ability to face uncertainty without collapsing emotionally. This is why some people with very little still sleep peacefully, while others with money, plans, success, and security remain deeply anxious inside. The nervous system does not calm down simply because life becomes more organized externally. Inner safety matters too, and many people never learned how to create that inner stability, so they keep searching for it through future planning instead. They believe the next achievement, the next answer, the next solution, or the next guarantee will finally allow them to relax. But the finish line keeps moving. There is always another possibility to fear. The Stoics believed the present moment is where life actually exists, not in tomorrow's imagined disasters, not inside endless mental rehearsals of uncertainty, right here, right now. This does not mean ignoring responsibilities. It means refusing to sacrifice today, trying to mentally control every version of tomorrow. Because many people spend their entire lives preparing to live without ever fully living. And slowly, the nervous system begins forgetting how to rest. The body becomes tense during quiet moments because it expects another problem to solve. Even vacations feel emotionally restless. Even success feels temporary. The mind keeps searching ahead for the next threat, because uncertainty has become psychologically linked with danger. But healing begins when you stop demanding complete certainty before allowing yourself peace. You start realizing something important. You survived difficult moments before without predicting them perfectly. You adapted to situations you never planned for. You handled pain that once felt impossible. And you are far more emotionally capable than fear wants you to believe. This realization changes the relationship you have with the future. Instead of obsessively controlling what might happen, you slowly learn how to trust yourself within uncertainty. And maybe that is one of the deepest forms of freedom a human being can experience. Not knowing exactly what comes next, while still remaining calm enough to live fully anyway. And once the nervous system becomes addicted to preparing for future uncertainty, something strange begins happening during peaceful moments. The silence itself starts feeling uncomfortable. A quiet afternoon appears, and suddenly the mind begins searching for something to worry about. A calm night arrives, and old memories start resurfacing. Nothing bad is happening externally, yet internally the brain starts producing tension almost automatically. And many people do not realize they are experiencing one of the deepest habits of the anxious mind: mental self-sabotage. There are people who genuinely crave peace, but the moment peace finally arrives, their mind interrupts it. Not because they enjoy suffering, but because the brain has spent so many years operating in survival mode that calmness now feels unfamiliar. And the human nervous system often mistrusts what feels unfamiliar. This is why some people suddenly feel anxious during moments that should feel relaxing. They finally get time alone and immediately feel restless. They finally solve one problem, and the mind instantly searches for another. It is almost as if the brain believes its job is to keep emotional tension alive at all times. The Stoics observed this long before modern psychology existed. They understood that the undisciplined mind constantly creates unnecessary suffering when left unexamined. Not because reality is always painful, but because the mind itself becomes addicted to mental movement. Stillness forces people to face themselves. And many people spend years avoiding that confrontation through distraction, busyness, noise, stimulation, and overthinking. Because underneath constant mental activity, there are often emotions waiting quietly in the background: fear, grief, loneliness, shame, regret, exhaustion, unprocessed pain the person never truly sat with. So when life finally becomes quiet, the mind panics. Instead of resting, it creates new worries to avoid deeper emotional discomfort. This is why some people suddenly remember embarrassing moments from 10 years ago while trying to sleep. Why unresolved conversations reappear during peaceful evenings. Why the brain suddenly invents future disasters during calm mornings. The silence removes distraction. And once distraction disappears, the inner world becomes louder. For many people, this feels deeply confusing. They think, why can't I just enjoy peace? But the answer is usually hidden inside the nervous system itself. The brain adapts to repetition. If someone spends years under stress, their body begins expecting stress as normal. Stress hormones become familiar. Hypervigilance becomes routine. Emotional tension becomes part of identity. And over time, calmness starts feeling emotionally suspicious. This is one reason healing can initially feel uncomfortable. A person who lived in emotional chaos for years may unconsciously recreate tension because tension feels more emotionally predictable than peace. The mind would rather stay inside familiar suffering than step into unfamiliar stillness. Marcus Aurelius constantly trained himself against this habit. He practiced observing his thoughts instead of immediately believing them. He understood that the mind often reacts automatically, producing emotional noise without wisdom. And this is important. Not every thought deserves trust simply because it appears inside your head. Some thoughts are survival reflexes. Some are old emotional patterns. Some are echoes of past fear, and many are simply the brain trying to fill silence because it no longer knows how to rest. Modern life makes this even worse. People rarely experience true stillness anymore. The moment silence appears, they reach for phones, music, notifications, television, scrolling, podcasts, or stimulation of some kind. Constant input prevents them from hearing their own thoughts clearly. But eventually, silence always returns. Usually at night, usually during loneliness, usually during moments when distractions fade. And if the mind has never learned how to sit peacefully with itself, those quiet moments become emotionally overwhelming. This creates a dangerous cycle. The person fears silence because silence triggers overthinking, so they seek more distraction. But constant distraction prevents emotional healing, which means the next quiet moment becomes even harder to tolerate. The Stoics approached this differently. Instead of escaping stillness, they practiced becoming comfortable inside it. They believed peace comes not from controlling every thought, but from changing your relationship with thought itself. A fearful thought appears, and instead of feeding it, you observe it. An anxious prediction appears, and instead of obeying it, you let it pass. An uncomfortable memory surfaces, and instead of panicking, you remain present. This slowly retrains the nervous system, because every time you stop reacting automatically to mental noise, the brain learns something new. It learns that thoughts themselves are not emergencies. This is where many people misunderstand overthinking. They believe the problem is having thoughts at all, but the real suffering often comes from attachment, from chasing every thought, analyzing every feeling, and treating every mental impulse as something requiring immediate attention. The Stoics understood that inner peace grows when the mind stops wrestling with itself constantly. And strangely enough, this changes how quiet moments feel. Silence stops feeling threatening. Stillness stops feeling empty. Peace stops feeling suspicious. You begin realizing that the mind does not always need solving, fixing, analyzing, or stimulating. Sometimes it simply needs rest. Real rest. Not distraction disguised as rest. Not scrolling disguised as relaxation. Not emotional avoidance disguised as productivity. But actual mental stillness. And at first, this can feel uncomfortable because the nervous system is detoxing from years of overstimulation and emotional survival patterns. But slowly, something beautiful begins happening. The mind becomes less reactive. You stop creating problems during peaceful moments because the brain no longer feels addicted to tension. You stop interpreting silence as danger. You stop emotionally feeding every anxious thought that passes through your awareness. And for the first time in a very long time, quiet moments begin feeling safe again. Not because life suddenly became perfect, but because your inner world stopped declaring war on every moment of peace. And once the mind becomes uncomfortable with silence, it often turns outward searching for stability in another place. Other people, their approval, their reactions, their opinions, their validation. Slowly, without realizing it, many people hand over control of their emotional world to strangers, co-workers, family members, partners, friends, and even people who barely think about them at all. And this creates one of the most exhausting prisons a human being can live inside. The constant need to be accepted. There are people who spend their entire lives mentally adjusting themselves so others will approve of them. They monitor how they speak, how they look, how they sound, how they appear online. They replay conversations afterward, searching for signs of rejection. They overanalyze facial expressions. They fear disappointing people constantly. And the worst part is that this emotional exhaustion often becomes invisible. From the outside, they may look calm, polite, successful, or emotionally stable. But internally, Their nervous system is trapped inside endless social evaluation. Every interaction becomes emotionally loaded because their sense of worth depends too heavily on how others respond to them. This is emotional slavery through external validation. The Stoics warned against this deeply. Epictetus believed that the moment your peace depends on something outside your control, you become vulnerable to suffering, and other people's opinions are one of the least controllable things in existence. You can be honest and still misunderstood, kind and still criticized, loyal and still rejected, talented and still doubted. Human perception is unpredictable, yet the overthinking mind keeps trying to manage it anyway. Some people become emotional shapeshifters. Around one group they act one way, around another group they change completely. They suppress opinions, hide emotions, silence parts of themselves, and constantly calculate how to avoid judgment, not because they are fake people, but because rejection feels terrifying to their nervous system. This fear often begins early in life. A child who received love only when behaving correctly may grow into an adult obsessed with pleasing others. Someone heavily criticized growing up may become hyper-aware of how people perceive them. A person emotionally rejected in important relationships may start believing approval equals safety. So the brain adapts. It learns to monitor social reactions constantly in order to avoid emotional pain. Over time, this turns into chronic people-pleasing, over-explaining, perfectionism, and emotional exhaustion. The person starts living for applause instead of truth. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself how unstable public opinion truly is. He observed how quickly people change their judgments. One day they praise you, the next day they criticize you. One moment they admire someone, later they forget them entirely. And yet so many people sacrifice their mental health chasing approval from minds that change constantly. This is why external validation never creates lasting peace. It always expires. Even if someone compliments you today, the anxious mind immediately begins worrying about tomorrow. Will people still like me later? Will they still approve of me if I fail? What if they change their opinion? What if I disappoint them? The nervous system remains trapped because approval temporarily soothes insecurity without healing it. And social media has amplified this problem dramatically. People now measure worth through attention, likes, reactions, views, and online approval. Entire emotional states rise and fall based on how strangers respond digitally. The brain becomes addicted to validation because validation creates short bursts of emotional relief. But relief is not the same as inner confidence. Real confidence does not collapse every time someone disapproves of you. The Stoics believed that your character matters more than public perception. They focused on integrity instead of performance. Their goal was not universal approval because they understood something very freeing. You can live perfectly and still be misunderstood. Once you accept this, enormous emotional pressure starts leaving the body. You stop trying to explain yourself to everyone. You stop obsessing over every criticism. You stop exhausting yourself trying to maintain a flawless image in every person's mind, because no such image exists. Every person sees you through their own emotions, wounds, biases, expectations, and experiences. Two people can witness the exact same version of you and form completely different opinions. And this means something important. Other people's judgments often reveal more about them than about you. This does not mean ignoring feedback completely. Wise people still reflect, grow, apologize when necessary, and improve themselves. But there is a difference between healthy self-awareness and emotional captivity. One creates growth, the other creates anxiety. Many overthinkers live as if they are constantly standing on an invisible stage being evaluated. Their nervous system never fully relaxes because they feel emotionally watched all the time. But most people are too busy worrying about themselves to analyze you as deeply as you fear. And even when criticism comes, it rarely destroys you the way the anxious mind predicts. The Stoics practiced separating reputation from identity. Your identity belongs to your actions, values, and character. Reputation belongs to other people's interpretations. Those are not the same thing. This realization becomes deeply healing. Because once your self-worth stops depending on external approval, you begin reclaiming emotional freedom piece by piece. You stop needing universal agreement before allowing yourself peace. You stop shrinking yourself to avoid judgment. You stop treating criticism like proof of failure, and something quieter begins growing inside you. Self-respect, not arrogance, not emotional coldness, but the ability to remain grounded even when others misunderstand you. This changes relationships too. You become more honest because you are no longer performing constantly. You stop manipulating yourself, trying to fit every expectation around you. Conversations feel lighter because you are no longer mentally calculating every possible reaction in real time. And slowly, the nervous system begins understanding a truth it feared for years. Disapproval is survivable. Not everyone will understand you. Not everyone will like you. Not everyone will approve of your choices. And yet life continues. The sun still rises. Your breath still moves. Your worth still exists. Because peace was never supposed to come from controlling other people's opinions. It comes from no longer surrendering yourself to them. And once a person becomes emotionally dependent on approval, the mind starts holding on to certain thoughts with incredible intensity. A criticism, an awkward moment, a fear, a regret, a possibility, a memory. Most thoughts pass through the mind quietly and disappear, but some thoughts refuse to leave. They replay over and over again, as if the brain has glued itself to them. And this creates what many people silently suffer from every single day. Obsession loops. A thought appears once, then returns 10 minutes later, then again while eating, again while driving, again before sleep. The mind keeps circling the same fear, the same memory, the same imagined outcome, until the person feels emotionally trapped inside repetition. This is why some people feel exhausted even during calm days. Their brain is running the same emotional program in the background constantly. Modern neuroscience explains part of this. The human brain is designed to pay special attention to emotionally charged information. Anything connected to fear, shame, uncertainty, rejection, danger, or emotional survival gets marked as important. The nervous system believes repeating these thoughts might somehow protect you from future pain. So the brain keeps bringing them back, not because it hates you, not because you are broken, but because survival-focused minds repeat what they believe is unresolved. This is why emotionally painful thoughts often become mentally sticky. The brain treats them like unfinished business. A humiliating moment from years ago suddenly reappears at midnight. A future fear keeps replaying during peaceful moments. An unanswered message loops inside the mind for hours. The brain acts almost like a dog chewing the same emotional bone over and over again. And the more emotional energy you give the thought, the stronger the loop becomes. This is important to understand. Thoughts gain power through attention. Every time you panic over a thought, analyze it endlessly, or emotionally wrestle with it, the brain receives a message. This thought matters. Keep bringing it back. And so it does. Many overthinkers accidentally strengthen obsession loops without realizing it. They believe constant analysis will solve the anxiety, so they keep mentally revisiting the thought, trying to finally feel certainty, relief, or closure. But relief rarely comes, because obsession feeds on emotional resistance. The harder you try to force the thought away, the more attention you give it. And the more attention you give it, the more important the brain assumes it must be. This is why some people become trapped inside cycles lasting months or even years. The Stoics understood this pattern long before neuroscience gave it scientific language. They believed human suffering often comes not from thoughts themselves, but from attachment to thoughts. A thought enters the mind, and instead of observing it calmly, the person grabs onto it emotionally. Then the inner battle begins. What if this happens? Why did I say that? What if they hate me? What if I fail? What if something is wrong with me? The mind keeps reopening the same mental door repeatedly. Epictetus taught that people should learn to examine thoughts before emotionally accepting them as truth. He understood that the mind constantly produces impressions, fears, urges, and assumptions automatically. But wisdom comes from choosing which thoughts deserve belief and which deserve distance. This changes everything, because many people assume that if a thought feels intense, it must be important. Not true. Some thoughts are simply fueled by anxiety chemistry, emotional memory, nervous system hypervigilance, or unresolved fear. Their intensity does not automatically make them accurate, but obsession loops make thoughts feel convincing, because repetition creates emotional familiarity, and the brain mistakes familiarity for truth. If the same fear repeats daily, it begins feeling real, even without evidence. The nervous system reacts automatically because the mental pathway has been strengthened through constant repetition. This is why overthinking can slowly distort reality itself. A person starts believing imagined disasters more than present facts. They trust fear more than evidence. They become emotionally consumed by possibilities instead of grounded in reality. Marcus Aurelius practiced interrupting this process constantly. He reminded himself to return to facts instead of emotional exaggeration, to separate events from interpretation, to stop adding unnecessary drama to situations through uncontrolled imagination. And this is where freedom begins, not by controlling every thought, but by changing how you respond when thoughts appear. The Stoics never promised a silent mind. They promised a steadier relationship with the mind. A fearful thought appears. You notice it without feeding it. An obsessive memory returns. You allow it to pass without wrestling it. Anxious uncertainty surfaces. You stay grounded instead of spiraling. This gradually weakens obsession loops over time, because thoughts that stop receiving emotional fuel begin losing strength naturally. But many people fear this approach at first. They think, if I stop obsessing over the problem, won't I become careless? But calm observation is not carelessness. In fact, calmness often allows clearer thinking than panic ever could. Obsession narrows awareness. Stillness expands it. The nervous system also needs safety in order to release sticky thoughts. This is why exhausted, overstimulated, emotionally overwhelmed people often struggle most with mental loops. Their brain remains trapped in survival mode, scanning constantly for unresolved threats. Sleep deprivation worsens it. Chronic stress worsens it. Emotional isolation worsens it. Constant stimulation worsens it. The mind loses flexibility and becomes rigid around fear. This is why healing requires more than positive thinking. The nervous system itself must slowly relearn safety. The body must experience moments where silence no longer feels threatening and thoughts no longer feel like emergencies. And this takes practice, not perfection, Some thoughts may still return sometimes. That is part of being human. But slowly, they stop controlling your emotional state completely. You stop treating every intrusive thought like a prophecy. You stop chasing every fear to the end of the mental maze. And eventually, the mind becomes quieter, not because thoughts disappeared forever, but because you finally stopped building your entire inner world around them. And after years of fighting thoughts, controlling emotions, resisting uncertainty, and mentally wrestling with fear, many people become exhausted without understanding why. Because the real source of suffering was never only the thought itself. It was the constant internal fighting against reality. The mind says, "This should not be happening. This feeling must disappear immediately. I cannot handle this uncertainty. I need to stop thinking this way right now." And without realizing it, the person creates a second layer of pain on top of the original discomfort. This is where the ancient Stoic secret of mental non-resistance begins. Not surrender in the sense of weakness, not giving up on life, but ending the war happening inside your own mind. Many people believe peace comes from eliminating all negative thoughts, uncomfortable emotions, or painful experiences. But the Stoics understood something much deeper. The more you resist certain thoughts emotionally, the more power they often gain over you. This is one of the strangest truths about the human mind. Try forcing yourself not to think about something, and suddenly it becomes even louder. Try desperately to avoid anxiety, and the anxiety often grows stronger. Try to suppress fear completely, and the nervous system becomes even more tense. Because resistance feeds attention, and attention feeds emotional intensity. The Stoics practiced a radically different approach. Instead of fighting every unpleasant thought, they learned how to observe discomfort without immediately panicking about it. They understood that pain itself is often temporary, but resistance can make suffering endless. A sad feeling appears, and instead of allowing it, the mind screams, "No." An anxious thought arises, and the person immediately begins battling it internally. Uncertainty arrives, and the nervous system enters full emotional combat mode. The result is exhaustion. Not because emotions are unbearable, but because constant psychological resistance drains enormous energy from the body and mind. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to accept reality before attempting to respond to it. He knew that arguing with what already exists only creates additional suffering. Rain falls, people change, mistakes happen, thoughts appear, emotions rise and fall. Much of human misery comes from demanding reality behave differently before allowing ourselves peace. Mental non-resistance changes this relationship completely. Instead of saying, "I must get rid of this thought immediately," you learn to say, "This thought is here right now, and I do not need to fear its existence." That single shift calms the nervous system more than endless mental fighting ever could. Because most overthinkers are not only exhausted by their thoughts, they are exhausted by their reactions to their thoughts. Every fear becomes an emergency. Every emotion becomes a problem to solve. Every uncomfortable sensation becomes proof something is wrong. The body stays tense because the mind never stops resisting what it experiences internally. But the Stoics believed true strength comes from remaining steady within discomfort rather than desperately escaping it. This does not mean becoming passive. It means recognizing that panic rarely improves suffering, internal violence rarely creates peace, and emotional self-attack rarely produces wisdom. Some thoughts simply need space to pass naturally. Think about waves in the ocean. If you stand in shallow water fighting every wave aggressively, you exhaust yourself quickly. But if you learn how to move with the water instead of against it, the experience changes completely. The mind works similarly. Many emotions become more manageable once you stop treating them like enemies. Fear says, something feels uncertain. Sadness says, something mattered deeply. Anger says, something feels violated. Anxiety says, the nervous system feels unsafe. These emotions are signals, not monsters. But resistance transforms temporary emotions into long-term suffering. This is especially true for overthinkers. An intrusive thought appears for 2 seconds, but because the person reacts with fear, shame, or panic, the thought stays emotionally alive for hours. Then the mind starts obsessing not only about the thought itself, but about the fact that the thought appeared at all. This creates endless loops. The Stoic approach interrupts the cycle differently. You notice the thought, you acknowledge the emotion, but you stop adding layers of resistance, fear, and emotional warfare on top of it, and slowly the nervous system learns something powerful. You can survive discomfort without collapsing. This realization changes the relationship you have with yourself. You stop treating your own mind like an enemy needing constant control. You stop punishing yourself for every anxious feeling. You stop demanding perfect emotional stability every second of the day. Because human beings are not machines. Thoughts fluctuate, emotions shift. The mind wanders. Fear sometimes appears. None of this means you are failing. The Stoics understood that inner peace is not the absence of emotional weather. It is the ability to remain grounded while emotional weather passes through. And strangely enough, once you stop fighting thoughts so aggressively, many thoughts begin losing intensity naturally, because resistance was secretly keeping them alive. This is why acceptance often feels so uncomfortable at first. The anxious mind believes acceptance means danger. It believes if you stop fighting fear, the fear will consume you. But usually the opposite happens. The moment you stop feeding panic into a thought, the thought slowly weakens. The moment you stop resisting uncertainty constantly, the nervous system begins relaxing. The moment you stop emotionally attacking yourself for being human, the mind starts becoming quieter. Not instantly, not perfectly, but gradually. And maybe that is the hidden wisdom the Stoics discovered thousands of years ago. Peace does not come from winning every battle inside the mind. Sometimes it comes from realizing the battle itself was unnecessary. And once the mind stops fighting every thought quite so aggressively, another strange pattern becomes easier to notice. The moment the world grows quiet at night, old embarrassing memories suddenly return. A conversation from years ago, an awkward mistake, a moment you said the wrong thing, a social rejection, a humiliating memory you thought you had already forgotten. And somehow, at the exact moment your head touches the pillow, the mind decides to replay it again, like an unwanted movie. This happens to millions of people every night. During the day, distractions keep the mind busy enough to avoid certain memories. Work, noise, responsibilities, conversations, stimulation, all of it keeps awareness moving outward. But once silence arrives, the brain finally has room to reopen emotional files it never fully processed. And embarrassing memories are some of the most emotionally charged files the brain stores. Because humiliation threatens something very ancient inside human beings: social survival. Long before modern life existed, human beings depended heavily on belonging to groups for protection and survival. Rejection from the tribe could mean isolation, vulnerability, even death. So the brain evolved to treat social embarrassment very seriously. That ancient wiring still exists today. This is why your body can react intensely to a memory that happened 10 years ago, even though you are physically safe right now. The nervous system still interprets humiliation as a form of social danger. And nighttime makes this worse. At night, the brain becomes more emotionally vulnerable. Fatigue lowers mental defenses, emotional sensitivity increases, rational thinking weakens slightly while emotional processing becomes stronger. The mind starts wandering through unresolved experiences more freely. This is why harmless memories during the day can suddenly feel emotionally painful at midnight. The brain begins replaying scenes, searching for something. Usually, protection. What should I have said differently? How stupid did I look? What if people still remember that moment? Why did I act that way? The mind believes replaying the memory might somehow prevent future embarrassment. It treats repetition like preparation, but instead of protecting peace, it creates emotional exhaustion. The Stoics understood that the ego is deeply attached to how it appears socially. Human beings naturally want respect, acceptance, and dignity, but problems begin when the ego becomes obsessed with maintaining a perfect image in everyone's mind. Because perfection is impossible. Every human being has awkward moments. Every person says foolish things sometimes. Every person makes mistakes socially. Even wise people experience embarrassment. Yet overthinkers often hold themselves to impossible emotional standards. A small mistake becomes proof of inadequacy. A moment of awkwardness becomes something mentally revisited for years. Meanwhile, most other people either forgot the situation quickly or barely noticed it at all. This is one of the great distortions anxiety creates. The mind exaggerates how closely others are watching you. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself how temporary public attention truly is. He observed how quickly people forget events, opinions, and judgments. Most people are far too absorbed in their own fears, insecurities, and problems to spend nearly as much time analyzing you as you imagine. And even if someone does remember your mistake, life still moves forward. But the ego struggles deeply with this. The ego wants complete social safety. It wants certainty that you are respected, admired, accepted, and protected from humiliation forever. Since this cannot be guaranteed, the mind keeps mentally reviewing past social mistakes, trying to avoid future pain. This becomes especially intense for people who experienced criticism, bullying, rejection, or shame earlier in life. A child heavily embarrassed in front of others may grow into an adult hyper-aware of social perception. Their nervous system learns to monitor behavior constantly to avoid repeating painful emotional experiences. So nighttime becomes a kind of emotional surveillance session. The mind reviews old interactions, searching for threats, mistakes, and vulnerabilities. But there is another hidden layer to this pattern. Many people secretly believe embarrassment defines their worth. They think one awkward moment means they are foolish. One social mistake means they are unlikable. One rejection means they are fundamentally flawed. The Stoics challenged this completely. They believed no single moment determines the value of a human being. Character matters more than temporary embarrassment. Wisdom grows through mistakes, discomfort, and imperfection. In fact, many socially anxious people are not weak at all. They are simply deeply aware of emotions, aware of consequences, aware of social dynamics. But awareness without self-compassion becomes cruelty. The mind starts punishing itself endlessly for ordinary human imperfection. This is why some people cannot sleep peacefully. Their nervous system treats memory like unfinished danger. The Stoic solution begins with perspective. Will this moment matter in 5 years? Will most people even remember it tomorrow? Did this mistake truly destroy your life, or only wound your pride temporarily? Often, the suffering comes less from the event itself and more from the ego's refusal to release it. Because the ego wants control over how it is perceived forever. But no human being can fully control perception. Some people may misunderstand you. Some may judge unfairly. Some may laugh. Some may forget you entirely. And none of this destroys your humanity. Epictetus taught that people should focus more on living honorably than appearing flawless. This creates enormous freedom because you stop demanding perfection from yourself socially. You allow yourself to be human, to stumble sometimes, to say imperfect things, to learn publicly, to survive embarrassment without mentally reliving it for eternity. And strangely enough, this reduces social fear over time, because once the nervous system realizes embarrassment is survivable, the mind stops treating every awkward memory like a life-threatening event. Nighttime becomes quieter. The memories may still appear occasionally, but they lose some emotional sharpness. You stop reopening them like emotional wounds needing punishment. You stop building identity around temporary moments of discomfort, and slowly the mind begins understanding something deeply healing. You are not the worst moment you ever experienced socially. You are not the awkward sentence you said years ago. You are not the mistake your anxiety keeps replaying. You are not the memory your ego refuses to release. You are a human being, learning, failing, growing, surviving, and continuing forward like everyone else. And maybe that realization is enough to finally let some old memories rest. And after years of replaying mistakes, predicting judgment, and mentally preparing for social danger, the nervous system slowly develops another exhausting habit. It starts preparing for disaster constantly. Not only social disaster, every kind, financial disaster, relationship disaster, health disaster, emotional disaster, future disaster. The mind begins scanning life like a security guard that never goes home. At first, this behavior often looks responsible from the outside. The person seems careful, prepared, organized, alert. They think ahead. They anticipate problems. They always have backup plans. But internally, something much heavier is happening. The nervous system no longer knows how to relax, because hypervigilance has disguised itself as maturity. Many people who live this way do not even realize how exhausted they are. They believe constant emotional alertness is normal. They think worrying proves they care. They think preparing for worst-case scenarios keeps them safe. So the mind keeps running endless simulations. What if I lose everything? What if something bad happens to someone I love? What if I fail? What if life suddenly falls apart? What if this peaceful moment disappears tomorrow? And because the brain cannot fully distinguish between imagined danger and real danger, the body reacts physically to these thoughts. Stress hormones rise, muscles tighten, breathing changes, sleep becomes shallow. The nervous system remains in defensive mode almost all the time. This is why many overthinkers feel tired even after resting. Their body may stop moving, but their mind never truly powers down. Hypervigilance often begins as a survival adaptation. A person who grew up around instability learns to stay emotionally alert because unpredictability once carried real pain. Maybe conflict appeared suddenly in childhood. Maybe safety felt inconsistent. Maybe love disappeared without warning. Maybe mistakes brought punishment, criticism, or emotional rejection. So the nervous system adapted beautifully for survival. It learned to anticipate danger before it arrived. The problem is that survival patterns often continue long after the original danger disappears. The body keeps living as if the emergency is still happening. This creates people who appear functional externally, while internally carrying constant tension. Even during good moments, part of the mind remains emotionally braced for impact. A vacation becomes interrupted by worry. Success becomes interrupted by fear of losing it. Love becomes interrupted by fear of abandonment. The nervous system struggles to fully receive peace because it is too busy preparing for pain. The Stoics understood this deeply. They recognized that human beings suffer enormously when they become emotionally attached to controlling outcomes. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that disaster can never be fully eliminated from life. Illness happens, change happens, loss happens. Uncertainty remains part of existence, no matter how carefully someone plans. But instead of becoming terrified by this truth, the Stoics became calmer because of it. They stopped trying to guarantee safety and started building resilience instead. This is a huge psychological difference. The hypervigilant mind says, "I must prevent all disaster." The Stoic mind says, "I will meet difficulty with steadiness if it arrives." One mindset creates endless tension. The other creates inner strength, because no human being can fully prepare for every possible pain life may bring. Trying to do so only creates chronic fear. Many overthinkers secretly believe that constant worry keeps bad things away, as if anxiety itself is protective. If they stop mentally preparing, they fear life will catch them off guard. But this creates a tragic pattern. The person sacrifices today's peace, trying to emotionally survive tomorrow's imaginary disasters. And often, the disasters never even happen. Meanwhile, the nervous system paid the emotional price anyway. Seneca once wrote about this exact problem. He observed that many people suffer repeatedly through imagination before suffering ever arrives in reality. Some people experience the same fear hundreds of times mentally, even though the event itself never occurs once. This is the hidden emotional cost of hypervigilance. You live inside constant anticipation instead of actual life. Even the body begins changing under chronic mental stress. The nervous system becomes overly sensitive. Small problems feel larger than they are. Calm moments feel temporary. The brain develops difficulty distinguishing between possibility and probability. Everything begins feeling emotionally urgent. This is why hypervigilant people often struggle deeply with rest. Rest requires safety, but if the nervous system believes danger is always near, true rest becomes almost impossible. The body remains partially activated all the time, scanning for emotional threats, even during peaceful moments. The Stoics practiced something that interrupted this cycle. Acceptance of uncertainty, not hopelessness, not passivity, but the understanding that complete control over life was never possible to begin with. And strangely enough, this acceptance creates relief, because once you stop demanding total certainty from life, the nervous system slowly stops treating uncertainty like immediate danger. You begin understanding something powerful. You do not need to predict every painful possibility in order to survive future difficulty. You already survived difficult moments before. You adapted before. You endured uncertainty before. You handled pain you once thought would destroy you. The anxious mind forgets this constantly. It keeps seeing vulnerability instead of resilience. But the Stoics trained themselves differently. They focused less on controlling external events and more on strengthening internal character, courage, patience, perspective, emotional discipline, calmness under pressure. These qualities create deeper security than endless worry ever could, because disaster preparation has limits. At some point, the healthiest thing a human being can do is stop emotionally rehearsing catastrophe and return to the present moment again, to breathe, to rest, to allow peace without immediately preparing for its destruction. And slowly, the nervous system begins learning a truth it has feared for years. You are allowed to feel safe, even without guarantees, not because life became perfectly predictable, but because your mind no longer needs to live in constant emergency mode to survive it. And after spending years preparing for disasters that may never come, Many people begin wondering why their mind seems to react more intensely than everyone around them, why certain words stay with them longer, why small changes in tone affect them deeply, why crowded rooms drain them, why they notice emotional tension others completely miss. And slowly, they start believing something must be wrong with them. But often, what they are experiencing is not weakness, it is sensitivity without emotional balance. Sensitive people usually experience life with heightened awareness. Their nervous system notices details quickly. They read facial expressions carefully. They pick up emotional shifts, hidden tension, discomfort, sadness, rejection, and subtle energy, changes many others overlook entirely. This awareness can become a beautiful gift. Sensitive people are often deeply compassionate, emotionally intuitive, creative, thoughtful, empathetic. They notice beauty others rush past. They care deeply about people. They feel life intensely. But when sensitivity lacks emotional grounding, it slowly transforms into overthinking, because awareness without boundaries becomes overwhelm. The sensitive mind absorbs everything. A cold response from someone, a strange look, a delayed text message, a shift in someone's mood, a painful memory, a future possibility. What others quickly dismiss, the sensitive mind keeps processing for hours or even days. And eventually, emotional awareness becomes emotional imprisonment. This happens because sensitive people often struggle to filter emotional input. Their nervous system stays highly open to the environment around them. Other people's stress becomes their stress. Other people's anger becomes internal tension. Other people's disappointment becomes personal guilt. The mind keeps replaying interactions, trying to fully understand what happened emotionally. Did I upset them? Why did their energy change? Did I say something wrong? Are they secretly angry with me? The brain becomes emotionally investigative all the time, and because sensitive people feel emotions strongly, the thoughts connected to those emotions also become stronger. The nervous system reacts intensely, which makes the mind pay even more attention to potential emotional threats. This creates deep overthinking loops. The Stoics understood that emotional sensitivity itself is not the problem. The real problem begins when emotions completely control inner peace. A sensitive person without emotional discipline becomes vulnerable to every external shift around them. Their mood rises and falls based on the emotional weather of the world. Marcus Aurelius practiced emotional observation constantly because he knew human emotions can easily overpower clarity when left unchecked. He did not reject emotion completely. He simply refused to become emotionally enslaved by every feeling passing through him. This is important because many sensitive people secretly believe their emotional intensity gives them accurate understanding automatically, but feeling deeply does not always mean seeing clearly. Sometimes anxiety disguises itself as intuition. Sometimes fear disguises itself as emotional intelligence. Sometimes the mind creates stories around emotional sensations that are not actually true. A sensitive nervous system can easily mistake discomfort for danger. This is why some sensitive people become mentally exhausted around ordinary life situations. Their brain is processing emotional information constantly, even during moments that do not truly require emotional defense. Crowded spaces overwhelm them. Conflict stays with them for days. Negative interactions replay repeatedly. Other people's moods affect their sleep. The nervous system never fully relaxes because emotional awareness remains permanently activated. This becomes even more intense for people who grew up in emotionally unstable environments. Children raised around unpredictable emotions often become highly sensitive adults because their nervous system learned to monitor emotional shifts for survival. They became experts at reading tone, facial expressions, tension, silence, and behavioral changes because staying emotionally alert once protected them. But adulthood becomes exhausting when the nervous system never stops scanning. The person begins living in emotional over-awareness. They notice everything, analyze everything, feel everything, and eventually they become emotionally overloaded by life itself. The Stoics approached this differently. They believed awareness should create wisdom, not suffering. Epictetus taught that external events do not fully control inner peace unless we allow them to dominate our interpretation. This does not mean becoming emotionally numb. It means learning how to feel emotions without drowning inside them. Sensitive people especially need this balance, because without boundaries, empathy becomes self-erasure. You start carrying emotions that do not belong to you. You feel responsible for everyone's comfort. You absorb tension automatically. You become emotionally exhausted, trying to manage the emotional atmosphere around you constantly. And slowly, your own inner world disappears beneath everyone else's energy. This is why sensitive people often need solitude so deeply. Not because they hate people, but because their nervous system becomes overloaded from processing too much emotional information for too long. Silence becomes recovery. Stillness becomes protection. But even alone, the overthinking mind may continue replaying emotional experiences because the nervous system never fully learned how to release them properly. The Stoics practiced emotional detachment in a very misunderstood way. They did not mean becoming cold or heartless. They meant learning how to observe emotions without immediately becoming consumed by them, to care without collapsing, to remain compassionate without absorbing every emotional burden personally. This creates emotional freedom. A person can remain sensitive while also remaining grounded. They can notice tension without panicking. Notice rejection without losing self-worth. Notice sadness without drowning inside it. This balance changes everything, because sensitivity itself is not weakness. In many ways, it is a form of depth. But depth without stability becomes suffering. The nervous system needs safety, boundaries, rest, and perspective in order for sensitivity to remain healthy. Otherwise, the mind turns emotional awareness into constant hypervigilance, and eventually the person forgets what peace even feels like. But slowly, healing teaches something different. You do not need to emotionally absorb everything in order to care. You do not need to carry everyone's energy to be compassionate. You do not need to overthink every emotional shift to stay connected to people. And maybe most importantly, your sensitivity was never meant to become a prison. It was meant to become wisdom guided by calmness instead of fear. And once sensitivity becomes tangled with overthinking, another pattern quietly begins growing beneath the surface. Perfectionism. At first, it often looks admirable. The person works hard, pays attention to details, sets high standards, tries to avoid mistakes. They appear disciplined, ambitious, careful, and responsible. Other people may even praise them for it. But deep underneath perfectionism, there is often something much more fragile hiding quietly. Fear. Fear of criticism, fear of rejection, fear of failure, fear of not being enough. And many perfectionists spend years believing they are chasing excellence, when in reality they are running from emotional pain. This is the hidden ego behind perfectionism. Not ego in the loud, arrogant sense, but ego in the psychological sense. The part of the mind desperately trying to protect identity, worth, and image from discomfort. Because perfectionism is rarely about doing things beautifully. Most of the time, it is about avoiding shame. The perfectionistic mind believes mistakes are dangerous. If something is imperfect, the nervous system reacts as if personal worth itself is under attack. A small failure becomes emotionally magnified. A flaw becomes proof of inadequacy. A criticism becomes something replayed for days or even years. And because the fear feels so intense internally, the person starts trying to control everything. Their appearance, their work, their words, their timing, their behavior, how others perceive them. They begin living as if perfection can finally earn emotional safety. But emotional safety built on perfection never lasts. Because perfection is impossible for human beings, and the mind knows this secretly. That is why perfectionists often feel exhausted all the time. Their nervous system remains trapped inside constant pressure. Even after succeeding, they struggle to relax because the brain immediately moves the standard higher again. Nothing ever feels fully complete. The Stoics understood this trap deeply. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that human beings are imperfect by nature. Mistakes, misunderstandings, flaws, and limitations are woven into human existence itself. Fighting this reality endlessly only creates suffering. But perfectionists struggle to accept ordinary humanity. They often believe love, respect, success, or peace must be earned through flawless performance. So they become emotionally dependent on achievement and external success to feel worthy internally. And this creates a painful cycle. The more they achieve, the more afraid they become of failure. The more successful they appear, the more pressure they feel internally. The more perfect the image becomes, the more terrified they become of cracks showing. Because perfectionism does not remove insecurity. It often hides insecurity behind accomplishment. This is why many perfectionists secretly feel emotionally fragile despite appearing highly capable externally. Their self-worth becomes conditional. As long as they perform well, they feel acceptable. But the moment they fail, disappoint someone, or fall short of impossible standards, shame floods the nervous system immediately. The brain begins attacking itself harshly. You should have done better. You embarrassed yourself. You ruined everything. You are falling behind. You cannot afford mistakes. The inner voice becomes cruel because perfectionism is fundamentally driven by fear, not peace. And strangely enough, perfectionism often creates the very problems it tries to avoid. People procrastinate because they fear imperfect results. They overthink endlessly before acting. They become emotionally paralyzed by decisions. They avoid opportunities where failure feels possible. The mind becomes trapped between impossible standards and constant anxiety. The Stoics approached life differently. They focused more on effort, character, and intention than flawless outcomes. Epictetus believed people should focus on what they can control, their actions, choices, values, and discipline, while accepting that perfection over external results is impossible. This mindset creates freedom. Because once your worth no longer depends on flawless performance, the nervous system finally begins relaxing its grip. You stop treating mistakes like identity destruction. You stop needing every outcome to prove your value. You stop measuring your humanity by impossible standards. Perfectionism also hides another painful illusion. The belief that if you become perfect enough, nobody will be able to hurt you. But no level of perfection protects anyone from criticism, rejection, misunderstanding, or disappointment. Even the most talented, intelligent, beautiful, and successful people in history were criticized constantly. The perfectionistic mind refuses to accept this. It keeps believing one more improvement will finally create emotional immunity. One more achievement, one more correction, one more version of yourself. But the finish line never arrives, because fear keeps moving it forward. Many perfectionists were not born this way. They adapted into it emotionally. A child praised only for achievement may grow into an adult terrified of failure. Someone criticized harshly may become obsessed with avoiding mistakes. A person who experienced shame repeatedly may start believing perfection is necessary for acceptance. So the nervous system learns to survive through overperformance. But survival is not peace. Eventually, the body begins paying the price. Chronic stress, emotional burnout, anxiety, exhaustion, sleep problems, constant internal pressure. The mind never fully rests because it is always trying to maintain impossible standards. Marcus Aurelius practiced humility against this tendency. He reminded himself constantly that human beings are temporary, imperfect, limited creatures. Not gods, not machines, not flawless beings required to perform perfectly every moment. And oddly enough, accepting imperfection creates more peace than endless self-improvement ever could. Not because growth stops mattering, but because growth no longer comes from self-hatred. This changes everything internally. You still work hard, you still care, you still improve yourself. But now your worth does not disappear every time you fall short. You begin allowing yourself to be human, to learn slowly, to fail publicly sometimes, to rest without guilt, to make mistakes without building your identity around them. And perhaps most importantly, you stop confusing perfection with safety. Because perfection was never the thing your nervous system truly needed. What it needed was self-acceptance strong enough to survive imperfection peacefully. And once perfectionism begins loosening its grip, many people encounter something they have unknowingly avoided for years. Silence. Real silence. No notifications, no conversations, no scrolling, no music filling every empty second, no distractions keeping the mind occupied. And for many people, this silence does not feel peaceful at first. It feels loud. The moment external noise disappears, internal noise suddenly becomes impossible to ignore. Thoughts rush forward. Old emotions surface. Anxiety becomes clearer. Regret becomes louder. The mind starts speaking all at once as if it had been waiting years for attention. And this confuses many people deeply. They think the silence created the problem, but often the silence simply revealed what constant stimulation had been hiding. Modern life keeps the human brain overstimulated, almost non-stop. From the moment people wake up, their attention becomes flooded with information. Phones, videos, messages, headlines, social media, endless entertainment, endless noise. The nervous system rarely gets true rest anymore. Even moments that appear restful are often filled with stimulation. A person sits down to relax, but immediately reaches for a screen. They cannot stand in line without checking something. They cannot eat quietly. They cannot fall asleep without background noise. And slowly, the brain becomes dependent on constant input. Not because stimulation feels good forever, but because stimulation prevents uncomfortable thoughts from fully surfacing. Distraction becomes emotional avoidance. This is why silence can initially feel emotionally overwhelming. The nervous system is experiencing withdrawal from non-stop stimulation. Without distractions, unresolved emotions suddenly become visible again. Loneliness appears, fear appears, mental exhaustion appears, unprocessed memories appear, and the brain reacts almost like someone detoxing from addiction. Restlessness increases. Anxiety increases. The urge to escape silence becomes powerful. Many people mistake this discomfort as proof that they cannot handle stillness. But often it is simply the nervous system relearning how to exist without constant emotional numbing. The Stoics intentionally practiced silence for this reason. They believed people should become familiar with their own inner world instead of constantly escaping it. Marcus Aurelius spent long periods reflecting quietly because he understood that clarity cannot emerge inside endless noise. The mind needs stillness in order to see itself honestly, but honesty can feel uncomfortable initially, because beneath constant stimulation, many people discover how emotionally tired they truly are. They realize how much fear they have been carrying unconsciously, how much sadness remained unprocessed, how much anxiety had been hidden beneath endless distraction. This is why thoughts often become louder in silence, not because silence is harmful, but because the mind is finally audible again. And for overthinkers, this can feel intense. A quiet room suddenly fills with mental activity. The brain starts replaying conversations, planning the future, reopening regrets, searching for problems. The nervous system, no longer distracted externally, redirects all its attention inward. This is especially common at night. Darkness and silence remove external stimulation almost completely. Fatigue lowers mental defenses. Emotional sensitivity rises. The mind starts releasing everything it suppressed during the day. And because modern people rarely experience true stillness anymore, the contrast feels overwhelming. The brain has forgotten how to rest naturally. The Stoics understood that a restless mind often seeks stimulation because it fears facing itself. Constant distraction protects people temporarily from inner discomfort, but it also prevents healing because unresolved emotions remain buried beneath endless activity. Eventually, the emotional weight grows heavier. This is why some people feel strangely empty, even while constantly entertained. The nervous system remains overstimulated, but emotionally undernourished. Endless input does not create peace. Often, it creates fragmentation. The mind becomes scattered across thousands of small distractions without ever becoming fully present anywhere. And presence is where emotional recovery begins. Epictetus taught that people should examine their minds carefully instead of becoming controlled by impulses constantly. This becomes impossible when attention is permanently hijacked by stimulation. A distracted mind rarely understands itself deeply. But silence changes that. Silence exposes patterns. Silence reveals emotional habits. Silence uncovers hidden fears. Silence shows where the mind keeps running automatically. At first, this can feel psychologically uncomfortable because the nervous system is no longer numbed by constant input. But over time, something important begins happening. The mind slowly recalibrates. Thoughts lose some urgency. Attention becomes steadier. The nervous system softens. The brain stops craving stimulation every second. This process takes patience because overstimulation changes the nervous system deeply. Many people now live with attention constantly fragmented between devices, worries, notifications, entertainment, and mental overload. Stillness initially feels unnatural because the brain adapted to chaos. But human beings were not designed to live in non-stop cognitive noise forever. The body needs recovery. The nervous system needs spaciousness. The mind needs quiet moments to process emotions properly. This is why some of the clearest moments in life happen away from stimulation entirely. Walking quietly, sitting alone peacefully, watching rain, breathing deeply without distraction, allowing silence to exist without immediately filling it. The Stoics believed wisdom grows inside these quieter spaces, not because silence magically removes suffering, but because silence allows awareness, and awareness interrupts unconscious emotional patterns. Slowly, the mind begins learning something new. Not every empty moment needs filling. Not every uncomfortable thought needs escaping. Not every silence is dangerous. And eventually, what once felt unbearably loud begins feeling different. Stillness stops feeling like emotional punishment. It starts feeling like rest, real rest, the kind modern minds have been starving for without even realizing it. And after spending years drowning in stimulation, many people slowly discover something surprising during moments of silence. The real problem was not always the thoughts themselves, it was the attachment to the thoughts. Because thoughts naturally appear inside every human mind. Fearful thoughts, random thoughts, angry thoughts, embarrassing thoughts, sad thoughts, strange thoughts. The brain produces thousands of mental impressions every single day automatically. But overthinkers often treat every thought as important. Every fear becomes a warning. Every emotion becomes a fact. Every mental image becomes something requiring analysis. And this is where suffering quietly grows. The mind stops observing thoughts and starts becoming controlled by them. A fearful idea appears, and suddenly the nervous system reacts as if danger is already real. An embarrassing memory surfaces, and the body emotionally relives it completely. A future possibility enters awareness, and within seconds, the mind starts building entire catastrophic scenarios around it. The person becomes emotionally trapped inside mental events instead of simply noticing them. The Stoics practiced something radically different. They learned the art of observing thoughts without immediately attaching themselves to them emotionally. This is one of the deepest forms of mental freedom, because attachment is what transforms ordinary thoughts into emotional prisons. A thought says, "What if you fail?" And attachment says, "This thought must mean something terrible." A thought says, "What if they reject you?" And attachment says, "I need to solve this immediately." A thought says, "What if something goes wrong?" And attachment turns possibility into panic. The Stoics understood that the human mind constantly generates impressions automatically. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that thoughts are not always reality. They are interpretations, predictions, memories, fears, habits, and emotional reactions moving through awareness. This changes everything internally. Because once you stop treating every thought like truth, the nervous system begins calming down. Many overthinkers live as if every thought deserves investigation. Their attention becomes trapped inside endless mental conversations. They analyze, defend, replay, predict, rehearse, and emotionally react to almost everything passing through the mind. And this creates exhaustion, not because the brain is broken, but because attention itself becomes misused constantly. Attention is powerful. Whatever you repeatedly focus on emotionally grows stronger inside the nervous system. Fear grows through attention, shame grows through attention, anxiety grows through attention, obsession grows through attention. The Stoics practiced withdrawing emotional fuel from destructive thought patterns instead of feeding them endlessly. Not suppression, not denial, observation. There is a huge difference. Suppression says, "I must force this thought away." Observation says, "This thought exists right now, but I do not need to become consumed by it." Suppression creates tension. Observation creates space. And space is what overthinking minds desperately need. Most people become victims of thought because they identify with every mental experience automatically. If a dark thought appears, they believe it defines them. If fear appears, they assume danger must be real. If anxiety rises, they panic about the anxiety itself. But thoughts are often temporary mental weather, clouds moving across awareness. Some storms pass quickly, some linger longer, but none remain forever unless constantly fed through resistance and attachment. Epictetus taught that external events and internal impressions should be examined carefully before emotional reaction takes over. He understood that the first thought is often automatic, but attachment is where suffering becomes voluntary. This is why emotionally healthy people still experience anxious thoughts, sometimes without becoming destroyed by them. They do not build identity around every mental event. An overthinking mind says, "Why am I thinking this? What does this mean? How do I stop it?" A calmer mind says, "Interesting. That thought appeared. Let it pass." This sounds simple, but psychologically it is transformative. Because the nervous system slowly learns that thoughts themselves are not emergencies. Many people have spent so many years fighting thoughts that they never learned how to simply witness them peacefully. They became emotionally entangled with every fear passing through awareness. This creates constant inner turbulence. The Stoics practiced inner distance instead, not emotional coldness, not numbness, but healthy separation between awareness and reaction. You are the observer of your thoughts, not every thought itself. This realization creates enormous emotional relief. A fearful thought can exist without controlling your actions. A painful memory can appear without ruining your entire day. Anxiety can rise without becoming your identity. The mind becomes lighter because you stop carrying every mental experience personally. Marcus Aurelius constantly returned to the present moment because presence interrupts mental attachment. Overthinking pulls awareness into imaginary futures or painful pasts. Observation returns awareness to what is actually happening now, your breath, your body, this moment, reality itself. Not every story fear creates. And slowly, the nervous system begins changing. Thoughts lose intensity because they stop receiving constant emotional resistance. The mind becomes less reactive. Silence feels less threatening. Intrusive thoughts stop feeling so powerful because you no longer treat them like commands requiring obedience. This takes practice, especially for people whose nervous systems have lived in survival mode for years. The mind will still wander sometimes. Fear will still appear sometimes. Old emotional habits may still return occasionally. But now something important is different. You no longer immediately drown inside every thought. You notice it, breathe, observe it, allow it to pass. And perhaps for the first time in your life, you realize something the Stoics understood thousands of years ago. Peace does not come from controlling the mind perfectly. It comes from no longer becoming imprisoned by every thought moving through it. And once you begin observing thoughts instead of automatically obeying them, another pattern becomes impossible to ignore. The mind constantly searches for danger. Even during peaceful moments, a good day suddenly becomes interrupted by thoughts about what could go wrong. A happy relationship becomes shadowed by fear of losing it. A quiet moment turns into mental preparation for future pain. And many people quietly ask themselves the same question: why does my mind always jump to the worst possible outcome? The answer is older than modern life itself. Long before human beings worried about unread messages, career pressure, or social anxiety, the brain evolved for one primary purpose: survival. The ancient human nervous system was designed to constantly scan the environment for threats. Those who noticed danger quickly were more likely to survive. A person who assumed the rustling bushes might contain a predator often lived longer than someone who ignored possible risks completely. So the brain adapted accordingly. It became highly sensitive to danger, uncertainty, and negative possibilities. This ancient survival system still operates inside modern people today. The problem is that the world changed much faster than the nervous system did. Most modern fears are no longer lions, starvation, or physical predators. Now the brain fears rejection, failure, embarrassment, financial instability, loneliness, judgment, uncertainty about the future. But the nervous system reacts almost the same way. A stressful email triggers tension. A difficult conversation triggers panic. An uncertain future triggers catastrophic thinking. The brain still believes survival depends on preparing for danger constantly. This is why worst-case scenario thinking feels automatic for so many people. The mind believes it is protecting you. If it predicts pain early enough, maybe the pain can be avoided. If it mentally rehearses disaster repeatedly, maybe you will feel more prepared when difficulty arrives. If it constantly scans for what could go wrong, maybe you will finally become safe. But modern overthinking creates a tragic problem. The brain now experiences imagined danger almost as intensely as real danger. A person can sit safely inside their home while their nervous system reacts as if catastrophe is approaching, simply because the mind keeps visualizing fearful scenarios. And because the human brain naturally prioritizes negative information, worst-case thoughts often feel more believable than calm thoughts. This is called negativity bias. The brain pays stronger attention to potential threats because historically survival depended on noticing danger more than noticing peace. Missing one threat could be deadly. Missing one beautiful sunset usually was not. So the mind became trained to focus heavily on what might hurt you. The Stoics understood this deeply. They recognized that the human imagination can become a source of suffering when left undisciplined. Marcus Aurelius often warned himself not to add imagined catastrophes to present reality. He understood that fear frequently exaggerates situations before they even happen. And many overthinkers live inside this exaggeration constantly. A small problem becomes mentally expanded into total disaster. A mistake becomes imagined failure for life. A difficult conversation becomes emotional catastrophe. An uncertain future becomes imagined collapse. The nervous system reacts not to reality itself, but to the stories the mind creates around reality. This is why overthinking becomes so exhausting. The body keeps preparing for emergencies that never fully arrive. Stress hormones rise repeatedly. Muscles stay tense. Sleep becomes restless. Emotional fatigue builds slowly over time because the nervous system never fully receives the message that the immediate moment is safe. The survival brain remains permanently activated, and modern life constantly feeds this activation. News cycles focus heavily on fear because fear captures attention. Social media amplifies comparison and uncertainty. Endless information floods the brain faster than human beings were biologically designed to process. The nervous system becomes overwhelmed by constant exposure to possible threats, wars, economic collapse, health fears, social judgment, personal insecurity. The ancient brain struggles to distinguish between immediate danger and endless informational danger. So many people now live psychologically trapped in future catastrophes that may never happen. The Stoics practiced returning to reality itself, not imagined futures, not catastrophic predictions. Reality. Right now, in this moment, what is actually happening? This question interrupts the survival brain beautifully because many worst-case scenarios exist only mentally, not physically. The body reacts as if disaster is happening now, even when the present moment remains manageable. Epictetus taught that people should focus energy on what they can control directly, instead of becoming emotionally consumed by imagined outcomes. This creates psychological stability. The anxious mind says, "What if everything goes wrong?" The Stoic mind says, "If difficulty comes, I will face it when it arrives." One mindset lives in permanent anticipation. The other remains grounded in the present. This does not mean ignoring risks completely. The Stoics were realistic people. They prepared wisely when necessary, but they refused to emotionally rehearse suffering endlessly before life actually demanded it. because mental rehearsal often becomes emotional torture. Many overthinkers secretly believe catastrophic thinking keeps them safe, but usually it only steals peace from moments that were never dangerous to begin with. A beautiful day becomes interrupted by fear. A loving relationship becomes overshadowed by imagined loss. A quiet evening becomes mentally consumed by future disasters. The mind becomes unable to fully experience life because it is too busy preparing for life's destruction. But slowly, healing changes this relationship with fear. You begin recognizing worst-case thoughts as survival reflexes instead of prophecies. You stop automatically trusting catastrophic imagination simply because it feels emotionally intense. The nervous system slowly learns something powerful. Not every fear deserves full belief. Not every possibility deserves emotional rehearsal. And not every uncertain future is a hidden disaster waiting to happen. This creates enormous inner relief, because once you stop living entirely inside imagined catastrophes, the present moment becomes visible again. Your breath, your surroundings, the people you love, the life happening right now, not the endless disasters fear keeps trying to predict. And perhaps one of the greatest forms of freedom is realizing this. The survival brain may always search for danger sometimes, but you no longer have to build your entire life around its fear. And after spending years preparing for worst-case scenarios, many people slowly lose something they do not even realize they are losing: trust in themselves. At first, the damage feels small. You second-guess one decision, then another, then another. Soon the mind starts questioning almost everything. What if I choose wrong? What if I regret this later? What if there's a better option? What if I fail? What if I cannot handle the consequences? And without noticing it, overthinking slowly begins weakening identity itself, because every time the mind refuses to trust its own judgment, the nervous system absorbs a quiet message: you are not safe relying on yourself. This is the invisible link between overthinking and low self-trust. Many people believe overthinking comes from being too thoughtful or too intelligent. But underneath endless indecision, there is often a deep fear of personal inadequacy. The person does not trust themselves to make mistakes, recover, adapt, or survive uncertainty. So the mind tries to compensate through excessive analysis. It keeps searching for perfect certainty before taking action, but certainty rarely arrives. Life keeps moving while the person remains mentally trapped between possibilities, and slowly, identity becomes fragile. Because confidence is not built by avoiding mistakes forever. Confidence is built by experiencing life, adapting, learning, recovering, and realizing you can survive imperfect outcomes. But overthinkers often interrupt this process completely. They try to think their way into guaranteed safety before acting. They believe enough mental preparation will finally remove all risk, all regret, all discomfort. It never does. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed human beings strengthen themselves through action guided by reason, not endless hesitation driven by fear. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that uncertainty is unavoidable and that waiting for perfect clarity often becomes another form of avoidance. The anxious mind says, "Think more before moving." The Stoic mind says, "Move wisely, then adapt." This difference changes the nervous system completely. Overthinking creates the illusion of safety while secretly weakening inner confidence. Because every delayed decision teaches the brain to fear action even more, the person begins associating choices with danger instead of growth. And eventually, even small decisions become emotionally exhausting. What to say, what to choose, what path to take, whether to stay or leave. whether to trust someone, whether to begin. The mind becomes trapped in constant internal debate. This happens because indecision quietly erodes identity over time. A decisive person develops self-trust through experience. They make choices, learn from consequences, adjust, and continue forward. But the chronic overthinker often lives inside endless possibility without fully committing to life itself. And commitment is where identity strengthens. Without commitment, the nervous system remains unstable because nothing feels fully grounded internally. Many people with low self-trust grew up in environments where mistakes felt emotionally dangerous. Maybe they were criticized harshly. Maybe they learned perfection was required for approval. Maybe failure brought shame instead of guidance. So the nervous system adapted by becoming hyper-careful. The person learned to overanalyze every possibility, trying to avoid emotional pain completely. But eventually, this survival strategy creates paralysis. Because life demands movement. No human being can think themselves into perfect certainty before acting. At some point, every meaningful decision contains risk, discomfort, and unpredictability. The Stoics accepted this reality instead of fighting it endlessly. Epictetus believed people should focus less on controlling outcomes and more on strengthening character. This creates a completely different kind of confidence, not confidence that everything will go perfectly. Confidence that you can handle imperfection when it arrives. This is true self-trust. Many overthinkers secretly believe confidence means never making mistakes. But psychologically, confidence actually grows through surviving mistakes. A person who never allows themselves to act imperfectly never develops resilience fully. Their identity remains fragile because it depends too heavily on avoiding discomfort. The nervous system stays fearful. What if I choose wrong? Becomes a constant mental loop because the person believes wrong choices define them permanently. But life is rarely destroyed by one imperfect decision. Human beings adapt far more than fear predicts. Marcus Aurelius constantly practiced accepting human limitation. He understood that uncertainty belongs to life itself. No person sees every outcome clearly beforehand. No mind predicts the future perfectly. And strangely enough, accepting this creates calmness, because once you stop demanding flawless certainty from yourself, action becomes lighter emotionally. You stop treating every decision like life or death identity judgment. You stop assuming mistakes mean personal failure. You stop needing guarantees before moving forward. And slowly, the nervous system begins rebuilding trust internally, not because fear disappears completely, but because you stop waiting for fear to disappear before living. This changes identity profoundly. You become more willing to act despite uncertainty, more willing to learn publicly, more willing to disappoint impossible perfectionistic expectations, more willing to trust your own judgment even when outcomes remain unclear. And something powerful begins happening. The mind becomes quieter. Because overthinking often grows loudest when self-trust is weakest, the less you trust yourself, the more the brain feels forced to mentally control every possible outcome beforehand. But self-trust softens this desperation. You begin realizing, even if things become difficult, I can adapt. Even if I make mistakes, I can recover. Even if uncertainty exists, I can still move forward. This realization creates enormous emotional freedom. The Stoics knew that identity becomes stronger through courage, not endless mental rehearsal. Action teaches the nervous system safety in ways overthinking never can. And perhaps one of the most healing things a person can finally say to themselves is this: I may not control every outcome, but I trust myself enough to face whatever comes. And once self-trust begins weakening, the mind starts craving something that human life can never fully provide. Certainty. Absolute certainty, emotional certainty, relationship certainty, future certainty, guarantees that nothing painful, embarrassing, disappointing, or unpredictable will happen. And the harder the mind chases certainty, the more exhausted it becomes, because uncertainty is woven into life itself. No person can fully predict tomorrow. No relationship comes with permanent guarantees. No amount of planning completely removes risk. Yet many people spend their entire lives emotionally fighting this truth, and that fight quietly becomes suffering. People who need certainty often appear highly controlled externally. They over-prepare, over-analyze, over-plan. They struggle with spontaneity because unpredictability triggers deep nervous system discomfort. Their mind constantly asks, what if this changes? What if things go wrong? What if I lose control? What if I regret this later? What if I cannot handle uncertainty? And because life keeps refusing complete guarantees, the nervous system never fully relaxes. This is why people addicted to certainty often feel trapped inside anxiety. The mind believes peace exists somewhere in the future, after every question gets answered, every risk gets removed, every outcome becomes predictable. But that moment never arrives. Life keeps moving unpredictably. People change unexpectedly. Plans collapse suddenly. Loss appears without warning. Opportunities emerge randomly. Entire futures shift overnight. The Stoics understood this deeply. In fact, much of Stoic philosophy exists because human beings naturally suffer when they demand permanence from an impermanent world. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that change governs all things. Nothing remains fixed forever. Not success, not failure, not emotion, not health, not relationships, not life itself. And strangely enough, accepting unpredictability creates more peace than resisting it, because resistance keeps the nervous system permanently tense. Many overthinkers secretly believe uncertainty itself is dangerous. But uncertainty is not always danger. Often, uncertainty is simply life unfolding naturally. The problem is that the anxious mind interprets unpredictability as emotional threat. If something cannot be fully controlled, the brain panics. This usually develops early. A person raised in emotionally unstable environments may become deeply attached to certainty because unpredictability once caused pain. Maybe love felt inconsistent. Maybe safety disappeared suddenly. Maybe chaos appeared without warning. The nervous system learned that uncertainty meant danger. So adulthood becomes organized around trying to eliminate uncertainty completely. But this creates an impossible psychological task, because no human being can fully control life. And the more someone tries, the more fragile they often become emotionally. Small, unexpected events feel overwhelming because the nervous system depends too heavily on predictability to feel safe. A delayed message creates panic. A changed plan creates anxiety. An uncertain future creates mental spirals. The person begins emotionally collapsing under ordinary unpredictability because their inner peace depends too heavily on certainty existing externally. The Stoics practiced something radically different. Instead of trying to eliminate unpredictability, they trained themselves to remain steady within it. This changes everything psychologically. The anxious mind says, I need guarantees before I can relax. The Stoic mind says, I can remain calm even without guarantees. One mindset creates endless fear. The other creates resilience. Epictetus taught that suffering often grows from attachment to things outside human control. The future belongs largely outside human control, so building emotional peace entirely around future certainty guarantees instability internally. The Stoics focused on preparing character instead of controlling outcomes, courage instead of guarantees, wisdom instead of prediction, adaptability instead of rigidity. Because life itself remains unpredictable, no matter how carefully someone plans. Many overthinkers exhaust themselves trying to mentally solve uncertainty before living. They rehearse every possibility, searching for emotional safety. But excessive prediction rarely creates peace. Usually it only creates mental fatigue. The nervous system becomes overloaded from carrying futures that do not exist yet. And ironically, the search for certainty often destroys presence completely. A peaceful moment becomes interrupted by future fear. A loving relationship becomes consumed by what-if thinking. An opportunity becomes paralyzed by over-analysis. The person stops fully living because they are too busy demanding guarantees life cannot provide. Marcus Aurelius constantly returned himself to the present moment for this reason. He understood that reality exists now, not inside endless imagined futures. Right now, this breath exists. This moment exists. This step exists. Tomorrow remains unknown no matter how intensely the mind tries controlling it. This realization initially feels frightening to anxious people, but eventually it becomes freeing, because once you stop demanding complete certainty before allowing yourself peace, the nervous system slowly softens. You begin understanding that unpredictability is not proof of danger. It is proof of life itself. No tree controls every storm. No ocean controls every wave. No human controls every outcome. Yet life continues unfolding anyway. The Stoics accepted this reality with humility instead of fear. They stopped fighting uncertainty constantly and started building internal steadiness instead. This creates emotional flexibility. Plans can change without destroying your peace completely. People can disappoint you without destroying your identity completely. The future can remain unclear without your nervous system collapsing completely. Because now your emotional safety comes less from prediction and more from inner stability. This does not happen overnight. The mind still searches for certainty sometimes. That is human. But slowly, the obsession weakens. You stop treating uncertainty like an emergency requiring immediate resolution, and something deeper begins replacing control. Trust. Not blind optimism, not denial of difficulty, but trust that you can face unpredictability without losing yourself entirely. And perhaps that is one of the deepest lessons the Stoics ever understood. Life becomes lighter the moment you stop demanding guarantees from a world built on change. And once the mind becomes obsessed with certainty, it starts watching itself constantly. Every word, every reaction, every expression, every decision, every emotion. The person begins living as both the prisoner and the prison guard at the same time, always observing themselves, correcting themselves, judging themselves. And eventually, life stops feeling natural. This is the psychological damage of constant self-monitoring. Many overthinkers are not only thinking about life, they are thinking about themselves, thinking about life. Their awareness becomes turned inward so intensely that even ordinary moments start feeling emotionally heavy. A conversation is no longer just a conversation. Now the mind asks, "Did I sound awkward? Was that the right thing to say? Did I look nervous? What are they thinking about me right now? Am I acting normal enough?" Instead of experiencing the moment fully, part of the mind stands outside the experience, analyzing it in real time. This creates exhaustion, because the nervous system never fully rests when it constantly feels watched, even by itself. Many people who struggle with chronic overthinking develop an internal observer that behaves harshly and critically. Every action gets evaluated. Every mistake gets magnified. Every emotional reaction becomes something requiring control or correction. The inner voice becomes relentless. You should have done better. You looked foolish. Why did you say that? You are too emotional. You are not handling this correctly. And slowly the person loses spontaneity completely. Life begins feeling more like performance than existence. The Stoics understood that excessive self-consciousness creates suffering because attention becomes trapped inside ego constantly. Not ego as arrogance, but ego as obsessive self-focus. Marcus Aurelius practiced humility partly because humility loosens the mind's obsession with itself. The more someone constantly monitors their image, reactions, and emotional state, the more mentally imprisoned they often become. This is why anxious people frequently feel emotionally tense, even during harmless situations. Their nervous system behaves as if they are under psychological surveillance all the time. Even relaxation becomes difficult, because part of the mind keeps checking, am I calm enough? Why am I still anxious? Am I healing correctly? Why can't I stop thinking? The person starts monitoring their own healing obsessively, which ironically creates even more tension. This happens because self-monitoring often develops as a survival adaptation. A child raised around criticism may become hyper-aware of behavior to avoid judgment. Someone who experienced rejection may constantly monitor social performance, trying to stay accepted. A person punished emotionally for mistakes may learn to observe themselves excessively to avoid future pain. At first, this self-awareness may seem helpful. It creates carefulness, awareness, emotional intelligence, social sensitivity. But without balance, awareness becomes hypervigilance turned inward. The mind starts treating the self like a problem requiring non-stop supervision. And this destroys inner peace slowly, because human beings cannot relax naturally while living under constant internal evaluation. The Stoics believed emotional discipline was important, but they did not believe in obsessive self-punishment. There is a major difference between awareness and self-surveillance. Awareness says, notice your behavior honestly. Self-surveillance says, watch yourself constantly, or something bad will happen. One creates wisdom, the other creates anxiety. Overthinkers often confuse these two states. They believe constant self-monitoring keeps them safe, responsible, or socially acceptable, but usually it only creates chronic tension and identity confusion, because eventually the person stops knowing who they naturally are beneath all the monitoring. Every action becomes filtered through imagined judgment. Should I say this? Should I hide this emotion? Will this make me look weak? What if they misunderstand me? The mind becomes crowded with self-consciousness. This is one reason many overthinkers feel deeply exhausted after social interaction. They are not only participating socially, they are simultaneously managing an entire internal performance review while interacting. The nervous system becomes overloaded, and over time, constant self-monitoring weakens authenticity itself. People stop expressing genuine thoughts naturally. They become emotionally edited versions of themselves, carefully controlled, carefully measured, carefully filtered. But emotional freedom cannot exist inside constant self-surveillance. Epictetus taught that people should focus on living according to values rather than becoming consumed by appearances. This shifts attention away from obsessive self-analysis and back toward reality itself. Am I acting with honesty? Am I acting with integrity? Am I acting with courage? These questions create grounded awareness. But the anxious mind asks something different. How am I being perceived every second? This creates psychological imprisonment because perception can never be fully controlled. The Stoics accepted that misunderstandings, imperfections, awkward moments, and emotional fluctuations belong to being human. They did not demand flawless internal control at all times. And this acceptance creates enormous relief. You stop monitoring every facial expression. You stop analyzing every sentence after speaking. You stop treating yourself like a dangerous person requiring constant supervision. The nervous system slowly learns that imperfection is survivable. This changes relationships too. Conversations become more present because attention is no longer split between connection and self-analysis. Laughter feels more natural. Silence feels less threatening. Emotions move more freely because they are no longer constantly filtered through internal judgment. And perhaps most importantly, you begin experiencing life directly again instead of endlessly observing yourself experiencing it. This is where peace quietly returns, not through becoming perfect, not through controlling every thought, not through endless self-correction, but through finally putting down the exhausting role of being your own prison guard every moment of the day. Because healing often begins the moment you stop treating yourself like someone who must constantly be watched in order to be worthy of peace. And after years of monitoring yourself constantly, correcting yourself constantly, and preparing for danger constantly, something very deep begins happening inside the body. Stress stops feeling temporary, it starts feeling normal. Many people who struggle with overthinking quietly reach a point where relaxation itself feels uncomfortable. They finally get free time and immediately feel restless. They sit in silence and anxiety appears. They try to rest, but their body refuses to fully let go. And this confuses them deeply because they are exhausted, yet they cannot relax. The reason is hidden inside the nervous system. After years of emotional survival mode, the body becomes addicted to stress chemistry. Not because stress feels good, but because stress feels familiar. The nervous system adapts to repeated emotional states over time. If someone spends years living with pressure, fear, hypervigilance, uncertainty, emotional instability, or constant overthinking, the body slowly adjusts itself around that tension. Stress becomes the baseline. The brain starts expecting urgency constantly. The body stays partially activated even when no immediate danger exists. Muscles remain tight automatically. Thoughts race without permission. Rest feels unnatural because the nervous system forgot what true safety feels like. This is why some people feel strangely anxious during peaceful moments. The body mistrusts calmness. A quiet day feels wrong. A stable relationship feels suspicious. An empty schedule creates guilt or unease. The nervous system keeps searching for the next problem because it became emotionally conditioned to survival mode. Many people live this way for so long that they mistake chronic tension for personality. I'm just someone who worries. I've always been anxious. I can never fully relax. But often what they call personality is actually nervous system conditioning. The body learns survival so deeply that peace now feels unfamiliar. The Stoics understood something important about this. A mind constantly preparing for emotional threat cannot experience stillness properly. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly practiced calming the inner world because he understood that external chaos easily trains the mind into permanent agitation. And once agitation becomes chronic, the body begins carrying invisible exhaustion constantly. This exhaustion is different from ordinary tiredness. Sleep does not fully remove it. Vacations do not fully remove it. Even success does not fully remove it. Because the nervous system itself remains activated underneath everything. Many overthinkers experience this physically without understanding why. Jaw tension, restlessness, difficulty sleeping deeply, trouble sitting still, mental racing during quiet moments, emotional numbness mixed with anxiety. The body keeps preparing for emergencies that are no longer happening. This often begins earlier in life than people realize. A child raised in emotional unpredictability may become an adult unable to fully relax because their nervous system learned that calmness could disappear suddenly. Maybe conflict arrived unexpectedly. Maybe emotional safety felt inconsistent. Maybe love itself felt unstable. So the body adapted. It stayed alert. And survival mode worked beautifully when protection was necessary. But years later, the body may still react as if the old danger remains present, even when circumstances have changed completely. This creates a tragic pattern. People desperately crave peace while unconsciously fearing it at the same time. Because true relaxation requires vulnerability. To relax deeply, the nervous system must believe it is safe enough to stop scanning for danger temporarily. But for chronically stressed people, safety itself feels uncertain. So even during rest, the mind keeps checking. What if something goes wrong? What am I forgetting? Shouldn't I be doing something productive? What if this calmness doesn't last? The body remains emotionally braced for impact. The Stoics approached this differently. Instead of feeding endless mental urgency, they practiced returning to the present moment repeatedly. They understood that many human beings suffer because they remain psychologically trapped between past stress and future fear without fully inhabiting the present. But healing the nervous system takes more than positive thinking. The body itself must relearn safety slowly. This is why rest initially feels uncomfortable for chronically stressed people. Silence exposes hidden tension. Stillness reveals emotional fatigue. The nervous system, no longer distracted, starts releasing suppressed stress gradually. At first, this can even increase anxiety temporarily. The body is detoxing from survival mode. Many people panic during this phase because they assume discomfort means something is wrong. But often, discomfort simply means the nervous system is adjusting to a slower pace after years of overactivation. The Stoics believed peace requires practice, not perfection. And nervous systems work the same way. Safety must be practiced repeatedly before the body fully trusts it again. Small moments matter. Breathing slowly without rushing. Sitting quietly without stimulation. Allowing rest without guilt. Experiencing calm moments without immediately searching for danger. These experiences slowly teach the nervous system something new. The emergency is over. This does not happen overnight. A body trained for stress over many years cannot instantly become peaceful. The nervous system needs patience, compassion, repetition, gentleness, not more internal pressure. Many overthinkers accidentally attack themselves for struggling to relax. Why can't I calm down? What's wrong with me? I should be better by now. But healing cannot grow inside self-punishment. Marcus Aurelius constantly practiced patience toward human limitation, including his own. He understood that the mind and body both require training, not hatred. And slowly, something begins changing. The body softens slightly. Breathing deepens naturally. Moments of peace last longer. Silence feels less threatening. The mind stops racing quite as aggressively. Not because life became perfectly safe, but because the nervous system no longer believes it must remain in survival mode every second to survive life itself. And perhaps one of the most beautiful moments in healing arrives quietly. The moment your body finally realizes you do not need to stay emotionally prepared for disaster in order to deserve rest. And after years of living in emotional survival mode, many people unknowingly carry their entire day into the night with them. Every unfinished worry, every awkward conversation, every fear about tomorrow, every emotional tension the mind never fully released. So even when the body lies down to rest, the mind keeps working. This is why so many people feel mentally exhausted before sleep. The nervous system never truly learned how to end the day emotionally. It simply drags stress from one day into the next, until the mind becomes permanently overcrowded. The body is in bed, but psychologically, the person is still fighting the day, replaying conversations, planning tomorrow, reopening regrets, anticipating problems, and over time, this psychological carryover becomes chronic. The mind never resets fully. Marcus Aurelius understood the importance of mentally closing the day long before modern psychology explained emotional regulation. The Stoics believed each evening should contain reflection, release, and separation from the emotional noise accumulated throughout the day. Because a mind that never lets go eventually becomes too heavy to carry. Many overthinkers treat sleep like a sudden switch. They expect the brain to instantly become quiet after hours of stimulation, stress, emotional tension, and non-stop thinking. But the nervous system does not work that way. The mind needs transition. Without emotional closure, the brain keeps searching for unresolved threats during the night. Thoughts become louder because the nervous system still believes the day's problems remain active emergencies requiring attention. This is why nighttime overthinking feels so intense. The external world becomes quiet, but internally the day never truly ended. A difficult interaction from noon reappears at midnight. An unanswered question returns during darkness. Tomorrow's responsibilities begin flooding the mind before sleep arrives. The nervous system keeps carrying emotional momentum forward, and slowly, rest itself becomes contaminated by mental noise. The Stoics practiced intentional release instead, not denial, not emotional suppression, but conscious separation between what happened today and what still deserves energy tonight. This changes the relationship between the mind and sleep completely. Epictetus believed human beings suffer greatly because they mentally attach themselves to events long after those events are finished. A conversation ends physically, but mentally it continues for hours. A mistake happens once externally, but the mind replays it repeatedly internally. The Stoics interrupted this cycle through reflection. Each evening became a moment to examine the day calmly instead of carrying it unconsciously into tomorrow. What happened today? What was outside my control? What can be released now? What truly deserves my attention anymore tonight? These questions calm the nervous system because they create psychological completion. Many people never experience this completion. Instead, they fall asleep emotionally entangled with unfinished tension. The brain stays partially activated through the night because it never received the signal that the day is over. This weakens rest deeply. The body sleeps, but the nervous system remains alert underneath. Sleep becomes shallow. Dreams become emotionally heavy. The mind wakes already exhausted because emotional carryover never fully stopped. Modern life makes this even worse. People often end the day with stimulation instead of closure. Phones, news, notifications, endless scrolling. Emotional input continues until the final moments before sleep. The brain receives constant activation instead of gradual calming. The nervous system never gets the chance to emotionally settle. The Stoics valued evening stillness because stillness allows emotional digestion. Just as the body digests food slowly, the mind also needs space to process experience properly. Without that space, emotional residue accumulates day after day. This is why many overthinkers feel mentally crowded constantly. Nothing ever fully leaves the system. Old stress overlaps with new stress. Yesterday's anxiety mixes with tomorrow's fear. The mind becomes cluttered with unresolved emotional weight because no true psychological ending ever occurs. Marcus Aurelius often wrote privately at night for this reason. Writing helped him separate thoughts from identity. Instead of endlessly carrying worries mentally, he placed them into reflection and perspective. This is one of the deepest Stoic practices. Observe, reflect, release. Not everything deserves to follow you into sleep. Not every fear needs solving tonight. Not every conversation needs replaying. Not every future problem deserves mental rehearsal before bed. The nervous system needs permission to stop. And many people never give themselves that permission. They remain psychologically on call at all times, as if the mind must stay emotionally available for danger 24 hours a day. But constant mental availability creates burnout eventually. The body was not designed to remain emotionally activated forever. The Stoics practiced acceptance before sleep because acceptance quiets mental resistance. Some things remained unfinished. Some answers remained unclear. Some outcomes remained uncertain. And still, the mind could rest. This is difficult for overthinkers because they believe unresolved things must stay mentally active. But true rest begins when you realize uncertainty can exist without requiring constant emotional attention. You can let the day end imperfectly. You can stop carrying every emotional weight into tomorrow. You can allow unfinished thoughts to remain unfinished temporarily. You can rest before life becomes fully solved. This realization softens the nervous system deeply. Slowly, nighttime changes. The mind becomes quieter. Breathing slows naturally. Thoughts lose urgency. The body stops bracing itself against tomorrow quite so aggressively. Not because all problems disappeared, but because the mind finally learned something incredibly healing. Rest is not something you earn only after solving every fear. Sometimes rest itself is what allows healing to begin. And once the mind loses the ability to mentally close the day, something else begins happening almost automatically. Everything starts feeling urgent. Every unanswered message, every future decision, every uncomfortable emotion, every uncertainty, every small problem. The brain begins treating ordinary life situations like emergencies demanding immediate resolution. And this creates a constant feeling of internal pressure. Many overthinkers live as if their mind is permanently shouting, "Fix this now. Figure this out immediately. Do not relax yet. You are falling behind. You cannot rest until this is solved." But most of the time, the urgency is not real. It is psychological. This is why people often feel mentally overwhelmed even when nothing catastrophic is actually happening externally. The nervous system has become addicted to emotional urgency. The brain starts manufacturing pressure automatically. A small uncertainty becomes mentally inflated into something requiring immediate action. A temporary discomfort becomes treated like a crisis. The mind loses its ability to distinguish between what is important and what simply feels emotionally uncomfortable. This is the illusion of fake urgency, and modern life constantly feeds it. Notifications demand instant attention. Messages expect rapid replies. Productivity culture glorifies non-stop action. Social media creates pressure to constantly improve, react, respond, achieve, and stay mentally engaged. The nervous system rarely experiences true psychological spaciousness anymore. Everything feels urgent. Everything feels time-sensitive. Everything feels like it cannot wait. So the brain stays activated constantly. This creates a dangerous emotional state because urgency narrows awareness. The mind becomes trapped in reactive thinking instead of calm thinking. Fear grows louder. Impulses become stronger, emotional regulation weakens, and over time, the the person forgets what internal stillness even feels like. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius constantly practiced slowing the mind down internally before reacting to situations. He knew that panic creates distorted judgment. A rushed mind exaggerates problems. A fearful mind mistakes discomfort for emergency. The Stoics believed wisdom requires pause, because most things become clearer when the nervous system stops rushing emotionally. But overthinkers often struggle with this. Their brain treats unresolved situations like open alarms demanding immediate closure. If something feels uncertain, the mind pushes aggressively toward resolution because uncertainty itself feels emotionally intolerable. This creates compulsive mental behavior, endless checking, endless researching, endless planning, endless worrying. The person believes they are being responsible, but often they are simply trying to escape emotional discomfort quickly. This is important to understand. Fake urgency is often anxiety disguised as responsibility. The nervous system becomes so uncomfortable with uncertainty that it creates pressure to solve things immediately, even when immediate action is unnecessary. A delayed response suddenly feels like an emergency. A future decision feels like life or death. An uncomfortable feeling feels unbearable unless fixed instantly. The brain loses patience with ordinary uncertainty. This usually develops because the nervous system became trained around stress for long periods of time. A survival-focused brain becomes highly reactive because it believes staying alert increases safety. But survival mode destroys perspective. Everything starts feeling equally important emotionally. The Stoics separated real problems from imagined emotional emergencies. Epictetus taught that external events should be examined calmly before emotional reaction takes control. He understood that human beings often create suffering by reacting impulsively instead of thoughtfully. A calm mind sees proportion. An anxious mind sees catastrophe. This changes decision-making completely. Overthinkers often exhaust themselves trying to solve problems emotionally before the problem itself fully exists. They rehearse conversations before they happen. They panic about future outcomes before events unfold. They mentally sprint ahead, searching for certainty immediately. Meanwhile, the nervous system never rests, because fake urgency creates constant psychological acceleration. And acceleration feels strangely addictive. The mind becomes uncomfortable slowing down because slowness forces awareness. Silence appears, emotions surface, internal exhaustion becomes visible. So the brain keeps generating urgency to maintain distraction and movement. This is why some people struggle deeply with simply sitting still peacefully. Stillness feels unproductive. Rest feels guilty. Calmness feels suspicious. The nervous system became emotionally conditioned to movement and pressure. But the Stoics practiced something radically different. Deliberate steadiness, not laziness, not avoidance, but refusing to let emotional urgency control the mind automatically. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself repeatedly that very few things truly require panic. Most situations become more manageable when approached with patience instead of emotional speed. This creates enormous psychological freedom, because once the mind stops treating every discomfort like an emergency, inner pressure begins decreasing. You stop needing immediate answers constantly. You stop demanding instant emotional resolution. You stop mentally chasing certainty every hour of the day. The nervous system slowly learns that many things can remain unresolved temporarily without disaster occurring. This realization calms the body deeply. Not every thought requires immediate analysis. Not every fear requires immediate action. Not every uncomfortable emotion requires immediate escape. Sometimes the healthiest response is simply to pause, to breathe before reacting, to wait before assuming, to let emotions settle before making decisions. This is difficult at first for chronically anxious people because the nervous system interprets pausing as dangerous. But over time, the body begins discovering something surprising. Slowness creates clarity. The mind becomes less reactive. Problems shrink back into proper proportion. Thoughts lose some emotional intensity because they are no longer treated like emergencies requiring instant attention. And slowly, life begins feeling less psychologically crowded. Not because responsibilities disappeared, but because the mind stopped turning every experience into a 5-alarm emotional fire. The Stoics understood that peace requires emotional pacing. A rushed mind rarely sees reality clearly. A pressured mind rarely rests deeply. A constantly urgent mind rarely experiences life fully. And perhaps one of the most healing things an overthinking person can finally realize is this: just because something feels urgent internally does not mean it actually is. And once the mind becomes trapped in fake urgency, another exhausting pressure quietly takes control of the inner world: the need to be understood by everyone, to explain yourself perfectly, to make sure nobody misinterprets you, to clarify your intentions endlessly, to prove your heart, your motives, your emotions, your choices. And for many overthinkers, this becomes a lifelong emotional burden, because they secretly believe peace depends on universal understanding, so the mind keeps rehearsing explanations constantly. What if they misunderstood me? How can I explain this better? What if they think badly of me? I just want people to see who I really am. And without realizing it, the person starts carrying impossible expectations emotionally, because no human being can fully control how they are perceived. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that people interpret reality through their own experiences, wounds, fears, opinions, and limitations. Two people can witness the exact same situation and walk away with completely different conclusions. Yet, overthinkers often exhaust themselves trying to manage every interpretation. They over-explain, over-apologize, over-defend themselves, over-analyze conversations afterward. The nervous system becomes emotionally trapped inside other people's perceptions, and this creates enormous psychological fatigue, because living this way means your peace depends on something completely unstable: human opinion. Some people will misunderstand you no matter how honest you are. Some will project their own pain onto you. Some will judge without fully knowing your story. Some will hear your words through the filter of their own fears and assumptions. And none of this can be fully controlled. But the overthinking mind struggles to accept this reality. It keeps believing one more explanation will finally create emotional resolution. One more conversation, one more carefully chosen sentence, one more attempt to make everyone understand perfectly. But often, the harder you try forcing understanding, the heavier life becomes emotionally. This pattern usually develops from a deep fear of rejection. A person who felt unseen, invalidated, criticized, or misunderstood earlier in life may become emotionally obsessed with clarity. Their nervous system starts treating misunderstanding like emotional danger, so they constantly monitor how others perceive them. If someone seems distant, anxiety appears. If someone misunderstands their intentions, guilt appears. If conflict happens, the mind immediately searches for ways to repair perception. This creates emotional over-responsibility. The person starts carrying responsibility not only for their own actions, but also for everyone else's interpretations, feelings, and reactions. And this becomes unbearable over time, because human beings are too complex to fully manage emotionally. The Stoics believed people should focus on living with integrity rather than controlling perception endlessly. Epictetus taught that your character belongs to you, but public opinion belongs to others. This distinction creates freedom. You can speak honestly and still be misunderstood. You can love sincerely and still disappoint someone. You can explain yourself clearly and still not be fully seen. And strangely enough, accepting this reality softens the nervous system, because many overthinkers carry a hidden fantasy. If everyone finally understood me completely, I would finally feel at peace. But peace built on universal understanding is impossible. Even the wisest people in history were misunderstood. Philosophers, artists, leaders, thinkers, entire lives have been judged unfairly by people who never fully understood them. Human perception is incomplete by nature. Once the mind accepts this, something begins loosening internally. You stop chasing emotional perfection in communication. You stop trying to force people into seeing you exactly the way you see yourself. You stop exhausting yourself, trying to correct every misunderstanding, and this creates emotional breathing room. The nervous system no longer treats every misinterpretation like identity destruction. This does not mean becoming cold or disconnected. The Stoics still valued honesty, kindness, and communication deeply, but they understood the difference between healthy expression and emotional captivity. Healthy expression says, "I will communicate honestly." Emotional captivity says, "I need everyone to fully understand me before I can feel okay." One creates peace, the other creates endless anxiety. Many overthinkers also struggle because they expect people to understand emotional depth they themselves rarely express openly. They carry complex inner worlds silently, then feel hurt when others fail to fully recognize them. But unspoken pain often remains invisible externally. Not everyone will fully understand your inner battles. Not everyone will recognize your intentions perfectly. Not everyone will see your heart clearly all the time. And that is part of being human. Marcus Aurelius practiced emotional independence, partly because he understood how unstable public perception truly is. If your emotional state rises and falls based on whether people understand you perfectly, inner peace becomes impossible. Someone will always misread something eventually. The Stoic solution is not emotional isolation. It is grounded self-understanding. You stop depending entirely on external validation to define your reality. You stop needing everyone's agreement before trusting your own intentions. You stop mentally collapsing every time misunderstanding appears. Because misunderstanding is survivable, and often it reveals something important. Not every relationship is built on deep understanding. Some people only understand versions of you that fit their expectations. Others only understand pieces of you. A few may truly see you deeply, and that is enough. You were never meant to emotionally carry the impossible task of making every person fully understand your soul. The nervous system relaxes when this pressure disappears. You become quieter internally, more authentic, less defensive, less desperate to constantly explain yourself. Conversations stop feeling like emotional performances requiring perfect interpretation. And slowly, something beautiful happens. You begin allowing yourself to exist without constantly translating your humanity into something everyone approves of completely. Because peace does not come from being perfectly understood by everyone. Sometimes it comes from finally understanding yourself well enough that misunderstanding no longer destroys your inner world. And once the mind becomes exhausted from trying to be understood by everyone, it often turns toward another painful habit. Looking backward, replaying old choices, reopening old mistakes, revisiting moments that can no longer be changed. And slowly, regret begins building entire alternative versions of life inside the imagination. If only I had said something different. If only I had stayed. If only I had left sooner. If only I had made another choice. My life would be completely different now. The mind becomes obsessed with alternative timelines, not reality itself, but imagined realities that never happened. And this is why regret can feel so emotionally heavy, because the brain is not only grieving what happened, it is grieving what it believes could have happened instead. Many people silently carry entire imaginary lives inside their mind. A different relationship, a different career, a different decision, a different version of themselves they believe would have avoided pain completely. But these imagined timelines are emotionally dangerous because they create endless comparison between reality and fantasy. And fantasy usually wins. The mind edits the alternative version carefully. It removes uncertainty, removes hidden difficulties, removes unexpected suffering. The imagined life becomes cleaner, happier, safer, more successful than reality. Meanwhile, the present moment starts feeling emotionally inadequate by comparison. This is one reason regret can quietly steal years from people's lives. They stop fully living because part of their mind remains trapped inside a past decision they cannot undo. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that the past no longer exists except inside memory. Yet human beings repeatedly reopen old emotional wounds by mentally reliving events they cannot change. And every replay strengthens the wound emotionally. The nervous system reacts as if the mistake is still happening now. This is important to understand. The brain does not always distinguish clearly between vividly remembered pain and present pain. If you emotionally replay regret constantly, the body keeps experiencing stress repeatedly, even though the event itself is over. So the mind becomes trapped in psychological time travel. Physically, life moves forward. Mentally, the person keeps returning backward. And because regret often carries shame, sadness, guilt, or self-blame, these emotional loops become deeply painful over time. Many overthinkers secretly believe regret serves a useful purpose. They think, if I keep replaying the mistake, maybe I can prevent future pain. If I analyze it enough, maybe I'll finally find peace. If I punish myself long enough, maybe I'll become better. But endless self-punishment rarely creates wisdom. Usually, it only creates emotional paralysis. The Stoics believed reflection should lead to learning, not lifelong self-torment. Epictetus taught that human beings are imperfect by nature. Mistakes belong to being alive. Poor decisions, emotional reactions, misjudgments, lost opportunities. All of these exist inside ordinary human experience. No person escapes them completely. But regret convinces people they should have been wiser, stronger, calmer, or more perfect in moments where they only had the awareness they possessed at that time. This creates cruel hindsight judgment. The present version of you attacks the past version of you without remembering something important. That older version of you was also struggling, limited, afraid, emotional, inexperienced, or hurting in ways you now understand differently. Many people judge their past selves with wisdom they did not yet have back then. And this deepens suffering unnecessarily. The Stoics practiced acceptance of human limitation because they understood clarity often arrives after experience, not before it. Wisdom is usually built through mistakes, not through avoiding them perfectly forever. But regret resists this. It keeps whispering, "You ruined everything. You wasted time. You should have known better. You cannot recover from this." And slowly, the mind becomes emotionally attached to guilt itself. Some people even begin defining their identity around past mistakes. They stop seeing themselves as evolving human beings and start seeing themselves as permanently damaged by old choices. But life is not frozen in one moment. Human beings continue changing constantly. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself repeatedly that each day offers the opportunity to begin differently, not because the past disappears, but because identity is not permanently trapped inside previous versions of the self. This creates emotional movement again. You stop living entirely inside what could have been. You stop emotionally worshipping alternative timelines. You stop reopening wounds that no longer need punishment to teach their lesson, because many regrets survive long after the wisdom has already been learned. The mind keeps replaying the pain automatically, even though growth already happened. This is where healing begins. Not by pretending mistakes never mattered, not by denying grief or sadness, but by releasing the impossible demand to rewrite history mentally forever. The Stoics believed peace comes partly from accepting reality completely, including the reality of the past. What happened, happened, and no amount of mental replay changes it now. But the present still exists, your breath still exists, your future choices still exist, your ability to grow still exists. Alternative timelines only exist inside imagination. And imagination becomes dangerous when it steals attention from the life still unfolding right in front of you. The nervous system slowly softens when this becomes clear. You stop needing to mentally revisit every crossroads endlessly. You stop treating your life like a courtroom where old decisions remain permanently on trial. Instead, something gentler begins appearing: compassion. For the younger version of yourself, for the confused version, for the hurting version, for the version that simply did not know then what you know now. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing arrives the moment you finally realize this. You were never meant to spend your entire life grieving the person you might have been. You were meant to continue becoming the person you still can be. And after carrying regret for so long, many people eventually become afraid of their own emotions entirely. They become tired of feeling too much sadness, too much anxiety, too much disappointment, too much attachment to things they cannot control. So the mind begins craving emotional detachment, not peace, distance, a way to stop hurting. But many people misunderstand emotional detachment completely. They think becoming emotionally detached means becoming cold, numb, indifferent, or uncaring. They imagine the Stoics as emotionally frozen people who simply stopped feeling altogether. That was never the true Stoic path. The Stoics did not seek numbness. They sought steadiness. There is a massive difference between the two. Numbness disconnects you from life. Steadiness allows you to experience life without drowning inside every emotion it brings. Many overthinkers swing between emotional extremes because they were never taught emotional balance. They either absorb everything too deeply or try to shut feelings off completely. But suppressing emotion does not create peace. Usually it only buries pain deeper inside the nervous system. The Stoics practiced a very different kind of emotional detachment, not detachment from love, not detachment from humanity, but detachment from emotional chaos. Marcus Aurelius deeply loved people, valued relationships, and experienced grief, frustration, sadness, and disappointment like every other human being. But he trained himself not to become emotionally consumed by temporary emotional storms. This is the secret: feeling emotions without becoming emotionally ruled by them. Many people believe calmness means absence of emotion, but true calmness often means the ability to remain grounded while emotions move through you naturally. A wave of sadness appears, but you do not collapse into hopelessness. Anger appears, but you do not lose control completely. Fear appears, but you do not instantly obey it. The emotion exists, but your identity remains larger than the emotion itself. This creates emotional freedom. Overthinkers struggle deeply with this because they often become fused with their emotional states. Anxiety feels like identity. Sadness feels permanent. Fear feels like truth. The nervous system reacts so strongly that the person begins believing emotions completely define reality. But emotions are temporary internal experiences. Powerful, yes. Meaningful, yes. But still temporary. The Stoics constantly practiced observing emotions instead of becoming swallowed by them entirely. Epictetus taught that external events cannot fully control inner peace unless we emotionally surrender ourselves completely to them. This does not mean pretending pain does not exist. It means refusing to let pain become your master. Many people fear emotional detachment because they associate it with becoming uncaring, but healthy detachment actually allows deeper love and connection because it removes desperation, control, and emotional dependency. A detached person can still love deeply, still care deeply, still feel deeply, but they no longer build their entire emotional stability around things they cannot control. This changes relationships profoundly. You stop trying to possess people emotionally. You stop collapsing every time someone disappoints you. You stop treating emotional pain like proof life is ruined forever. The nervous system becomes steadier because your peace no longer depends entirely on external circumstances remaining perfect. Marcus Aurelius practiced remembering the temporary nature of all things. Relationships change, emotions shift, human beings age, circumstances evolve constantly. The Stoics accepted this not to become hopeless, but to love life more honestly, because attachment rooted in control creates suffering. The anxious mind says, "I must keep this forever. I cannot survive losing this. I need this outcome to feel okay." But emotional detachment softens this desperation. It says, "I value this deeply, but I do not own it. I can love fully without controlling completely. I can survive disappointment without losing myself." This creates a calmer kind of love, not coldness, not emotional distance, but grounded connection without emotional imprisonment. Many overthinkers secretly fear that if they stop emotionally clinging, they will stop caring. But clinging and caring are not the same thing. Clinging comes from fear. Caring comes from presence. The Stoics believed the strongest people were not those who avoided emotion, but those who remained stable while feeling emotion honestly. This is why emotional suppression eventually fails. Buried sadness still lives in the body. Buried anger still affects the nervous system. Buried fear still shapes thought patterns. Pretending not to care rarely creates true peace. The body always remembers what the mind tries to deny. Real emotional detachment requires awareness, not avoidance. You acknowledge emotions fully. You allow them space. But you stop building your entire identity around temporary emotional states. This is incredibly healing for overthinkers because it interrupts emotional spirals. Anxiety appears, but no longer becomes complete catastrophe. Sadness appears, but no longer feels endless. Disappointment appears, but no longer destroys your entire inner world. The nervous system slowly learns that emotions can move through you safely without requiring panic, control, or emotional collapse. This creates something many overthinkers have rarely experienced: inner spaciousness. The mind stops reacting to every feeling instantly. Silence becomes softer. Emotional waves become less frightening because you no longer fear being consumed by them entirely. And slowly, calmness replaces emotional chaos. Not because life stopped being emotional, not because pain disappeared forever, but because you finally learned how to remain centered while emotions rise and fall naturally. And perhaps that is the deepest misunderstanding people have about the Stoics. They were never teaching people to become stone. They were teaching people how to stay human, without becoming destroyed by every storm inside them. And once people begin learning emotional detachment, another hidden pattern often becomes easier to notice. How much emotional energy gets trapped inside the smallest social details. A short text message, a delayed reply, a different tone, a missing emoji, a single word that felt off. And suddenly the mind starts building entire emotional stories around tiny fragments of communication. What did they mean by that? Why do they sound cold? Did I upset them? Are they losing interest? Why haven't they replied yet? What should have been a simple interaction becomes a psychological investigation. And beneath all this over-analysis, there is usually one quiet fear hiding underneath everything else. Rejection. Human beings are deeply wired for connection. The nervous system constantly scans relationships for signs of acceptance or disconnection because belonging has always mattered emotionally and biologically. Even small shifts in communication can trigger deep emotional reactions in sensitive or anxious minds, especially in modern communication. Text messages remove facial expressions, tone of voice, eye contact, body language, and emotional context. The brain receives incomplete information, so it starts filling the gaps itself, and anxious minds usually fill gaps with fear. A short reply becomes imagined anger. A late response becomes imagined abandonment. A period at the end of a sentence suddenly feels emotionally loaded. The mind starts trying to decode emotional danger hidden inside ordinary communication. This is why overthinking around text messages feels so emotionally intense sometimes. The nervous system treats uncertainty inside relationships as potential emotional threat. And modern technology worsens this dramatically. In older times, conversations ended naturally. People waited longer between interactions. The nervous system had space to settle. But now communication exists constantly. Messages arrive instantly. Responses become expected quickly. Attention feels permanently available. This creates emotional hyper-awareness. People monitor replies, check read receipts, analyze response speed, examine wording carefully. The nervous system becomes trapped inside social anticipation almost non-stop. And because text communication lacks emotional clarity, the brain starts projecting hidden fears into silence. The Stoics understood something very important about this. Human beings often suffer more from interpretation than from reality itself. A message itself may be neutral, but the anxious mind immediately adds emotional meaning. They are upset. They are pulling away. I said something wrong. They secretly dislike me now. The nervous system reacts not to facts, but to imagined emotional conclusions. Marcus Aurelius constantly practiced separating events from interpretation. This becomes incredibly powerful in modern communication. A delayed message is simply a delayed message. A short reply is simply a short reply. Everything added afterward usually comes from imagination. But overthinkers struggle with this because rejection feels deeply threatening emotionally. For many people, communication anxiety begins long before adulthood. A child who experienced emotional inconsistency may grow hyper-aware of relational changes. Someone abandoned, criticized, or emotionally rejected earlier in life may become highly sensitive to subtle social shifts. So the nervous system adapts. It starts scanning communication carefully for signs of emotional danger. At first, this pattern feels protective. but eventually it becomes exhausting. The mind begins analyzing relationships constantly instead of simply experiencing them naturally. This destroys peace, slowly, because the nervous system never fully relaxes inside connection. Every interaction becomes emotionally loaded with hidden fear, and ironically, overanalysis often damages communication more than the original situation itself. The person becomes anxious, defensive, clingy, withdrawn, or emotionally reactive based on assumptions that may not even be true. Entire emotional spirals begin from interpretations the mind created internally. The Stoics practiced something different: patience with uncertainty. Epictetus believed people suffer greatly when they demand immediate emotional clarity from situations that remain incomplete. Many communication anxieties come from trying to force certainty too quickly. What are they thinking? How do they feel about me? Why are they acting differently? But human beings are complex. Sometimes people are tired, busy, distracted, emotionally overwhelmed, focused on their own struggles. Not every communication shift is secretly about you. This realization calms the nervous system deeply, because anxious minds often personalize everything automatically. A delayed reply becomes personal rejection. A mood change becomes personal failure. A communication gap becomes personal inadequacy. But often, the other person is simply living their own complicated human experience. The Stoics believed emotional steadiness comes from refusing to emotionally collapse every time uncertainty appears inside relationships. This does not mean becoming emotionally disconnected. It means stopping the mind from turning tiny details into full emotional catastrophes automatically. You stop interrogating every sentence mentally. You stop assigning hidden meaning to every pause. You stop allowing silence to instantly become abandonment inside your imagination, and slowly, relationships begin feeling lighter. Conversations become more natural because you are no longer constantly decoding every interaction for signs of rejection. The nervous system becomes calmer because communication no longer feels like emotional survival. This also creates healthier self-worth, because overanalyzing messages often reveals something deeper. The fear that another person's response determines your value. But your worth does not rise and fall based on reply speed, text tone, or digital attention. Human connection is too imperfect and emotionally complicated to measure that way. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that peace comes from governing your own inner world, not from controlling how every person communicates externally. And perhaps one of the most freeing realizations an overthinking person can have is this: not every silence is rejection. Not every short message is anger. Not every shift in tone is emotional danger. Sometimes the mind is simply trying to protect an old wound by searching for hidden threats inside very small things. And once you recognize that pattern, you stop letting tiny details control your entire emotional state. And after spending years fearing rejection from others, many people slowly begin rejecting themselves first. Before anyone else can criticize them, before anyone else can judge them, before anyone else can point out flaws, the mind attacks first. And eventually, this becomes one of the most painful forms of suffering a human being can experience. Constant self-criticism. For many overthinkers, the harshest voice in life is not external. It lives inside their own head. A relentless inner commentary, constantly evaluating, correcting, criticizing, and punishing them. You should be better by now. You always ruin things. You are too emotional. You are not enough. You should have handled that differently. And because these thoughts repeat for years, the nervous system slowly starts accepting them as truth. This is how overthinking quietly destroys identity. not all at once, slowly, repeatedly, internally. The person begins losing the ability to see themselves clearly because the mind becomes filtered through constant self-judgment. Every mistake becomes proof of inadequacy. Every struggle becomes evidence of weakness. Every emotional reaction becomes something shameful. The inner world turns hostile, and many people do not even realize how violent this becomes psychologically because they have spoken to themselves this way for so long that it feels normal. But constant self-criticism is a form of emotional violence. The body reacts to internal attacks similarly to external ones. Stress increases, shame deepens, anxiety rises. The nervous system remains tense because it never feels emotionally safe, even when alone. Imagine living with someone who criticized your every move constantly, correcting you, shaming you, questioning your worth, never allowing mistakes. Eventually, you would feel exhausted, anxious, and emotionally defeated. Yet many people speak to themselves this way every single day. The Stoics understood that the mind can become either a place of strength or a place of self-destruction. Marcus Aurelius constantly practiced awareness of his inner dialogue because he knew repeated thoughts shape emotional reality. What you repeatedly tell yourself becomes part of identity over time. And overthinkers often build identity around failure without realizing it. I'm broken. I always overreact. I ruin relationships. I can't handle life properly. The mind stops describing temporary struggles and starts turning them into permanent identity statements. This is incredibly damaging psychologically, because human beings act according to the identities they believe about themselves. If someone constantly sees themselves as weak, flawed, or unworthy, their nervous system begins organizing life around those beliefs unconsciously. Self-criticism also creates emotional paralysis. The person becomes afraid to make mistakes because mistakes trigger internal punishment. They overanalyze decisions, over-prepare, over-explain, overthink every interaction because failure feels emotionally dangerous, not only because of external consequences, but because of what the inner voice will say afterward. This creates enormous exhaustion. Many people are not tired only from life itself. They are tired from carrying a cruel internal narrator everywhere they go. And often, this pattern begins early. A child heavily criticized may internalize those voices deeply. Eventually, the external criticism disappears, but the mind continues repeating it automatically. The nervous system learns to survive through self-correction, self-monitoring, and perfectionism. The person believes harshness creates improvement, but usually it only creates fear. The Stoics practice discipline, yes, but discipline is not the same as self-hatred. Modern people often confuse these two things. Discipline says, learn and grow. Self-hatred says, you are fundamentally defective. One creates strength, the other destroys identity slowly. Epictetus believed human beings should respond to mistakes with wisdom and correction, not endless emotional punishment. He understood that people learn through imperfection. Growth itself requires failure sometimes. But overthinking minds rarely allow themselves this humanity. They replay mistakes endlessly, reopen embarrassment repeatedly, attack themselves for emotions they cannot instantly control. And because the criticism comes from inside, escape feels impossible. This is why self-compassion becomes so important psychologically. Not fake positivity, not denial of responsibility, but the ability to remain human toward yourself while growing. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that human beings naturally struggle, fail, feel emotion, and lose clarity sometimes. He did not expect himself to become a flawless machine. And strangely enough, this acceptance creates more growth than constant self-attack ever could, because nervous systems learn better through safety than through fear. A person constantly emotionally threatened by their own mind cannot heal deeply. The body remains defensive. The brain remains hypervigilant. Identity becomes fragile because it is constantly under internal attack. This is why many overthinkers feel emotionally disconnected from themselves. The inner world stopped feeling like home. But healing begins when the internal relationship changes. You stop speaking to yourself like an enemy. You stop turning every mistake into identity destruction. You stop measuring your worth entirely through perfection. This does not mean abandoning accountability. It means removing cruelty from growth. The Stoics believed wisdom includes understanding human limitation. No person responds perfectly every moment. No mind remains calm constantly. No life unfolds without mistakes. And perhaps the deepest form of emotional maturity is learning how to guide yourself, without psychologically abusing yourself in the process. Because the voice inside your head eventually becomes the environment your nervous system lives in every day. And if that environment is constantly hostile, the body never fully rests. But slowly, something changes when self-criticism softens. The nervous system relaxes slightly. Mistakes become survivable. Growth feels possible again. Identity becomes less fragile. And for the first time in a long time, the inner world stops feeling like a battlefield you must survive alone. Because healing often begins the moment you finally stop talking to yourself like someone unworthy of peace. And after years of harsh self-criticism, the mind slowly becomes terrified of making mistakes. So it starts checking everything. Checking thoughts, checking emotions, checking conversations, checking messages, checking decisions, checking whether something feels wrong. And eventually, life becomes an endless cycle of mental compulsions. Many overthinkers live inside constant internal checking without even realizing it. Their mind repeatedly scans for reassurance, certainty, safety, and emotional control. Did I lock the door? Did I say something offensive? What if I forgot something important? Do they still like me? What if something is wrong with me emotionally? The brain keeps returning to the same questions over and over again, as if repetition itself might finally create peace. But peace never fully arrives, because compulsive checking is not really about solving problems. It is about temporarily reducing anxiety. This is the hidden truth behind mental compulsions. The nervous system feels uncertain or unsafe internally, so the brain performs checking behaviors trying to calm itself. Sometimes the checking is physical, sometimes it is purely mental, replaying conversations repeatedly, reviewing memories repeatedly, seeking reassurance repeatedly, analyzing emotions repeatedly. At first, the checking creates brief emotional relief. But the relief never lasts long. Soon the anxiety returns again, demanding another round of checking. And over time, the brain becomes trapped inside loops of compulsive reassurance seeking. The Stoics understood something important about this pattern. The more the mind depends on certainty for peace, the more fearful it becomes of uncertainty itself. Compulsive checking strengthens anxiety because it teaches the nervous system a dangerous lesson. You cannot tolerate uncertainty without performing rituals for safety. So the brain keeps demanding more checking, more reassurance, more certainty, more analysis. And slowly, ordinary life becomes emotionally exhausting. This is why overthinkers often feel mentally drained by very small things. Their nervous system is working overtime, constantly searching for hidden threats, hidden mistakes, hidden problems, hidden dangers. The mind becomes hypervigilant. Marcus Aurelius constantly practiced interrupting these spirals by returning to reason instead of emotional compulsion. He understood that fearful minds create unnecessary suffering by repeatedly feeding uncertainty with attention. Attention strengthens obsession. Every time you compulsively check a fear, the nervous system learns that the fear must be important, so the brain brings it back again later. This creates invisible prisons. A person checks messages repeatedly looking for emotional reassurance. Another mentally reviews conversations for signs of rejection. Another constantly checks bodily sensations for signs of illness or danger. And because anxiety itself feels so uncomfortable, the person keeps performing these mental rituals automatically, not because they want to, but because the nervous system became addicted to temporary relief. This often begins with understandable fear. Someone once embarrassed publicly may start checking conversations obsessively afterward. Someone emotionally abandoned may constantly check relationships for signs of rejection. Someone raised around unpredictability may check everything trying to maintain control. The mind adapts for survival, but survival patterns easily become emotional traps. The Stoics believed freedom comes partly from learning how to tolerate uncertainty without immediately reacting compulsively. Epictetus understood that human beings suffer greatly when they believe every fear requires immediate resolution. But overthinking minds struggle deeply with uncertainty. An unanswered question feels unbearable. An unresolved feeling feels dangerous. A possibility feels like an emergency. So the mind checks again. What if? Just to be safe. One more time. And slowly, mental energy disappears into repetitive loops that never truly satisfy the nervous system, because compulsions feed fear instead of healing it. This is one of the hardest truths anxious minds must learn. Temporary reassurance strengthens long-term anxiety. The Stoic solution is not suppression. It is learning to remain present with uncertainty without compulsively escaping it. This feels deeply uncomfortable at first, because the nervous system believes checking equals safety. But gradually, the brain begins learning something new. You can survive uncertainty without performing endless mental rituals. This realization creates enormous emotional freedom. Not every thought needs checking. Not every fear needs reassurance. Not every uncomfortable feeling needs immediate analysis. Sometimes the healthiest response is allowing uncertainty to exist without feeding it constantly. Marcus Aurelius practiced returning attention to reality itself instead of imagined fears. Right now, what is actually happening? Not what fear predicts, not what anxiety imagines. Reality. This interrupts compulsive spirals beautifully, because compulsions pull the mind away from the present moment into imagined danger repeatedly, and modern life intensifies this pattern constantly. Phones allow endless checking, messages allow endless interpretation, search engines allow endless researching, social media allows endless comparison and reassurance seeking. The nervous system rarely receives closure because technology keeps emotional loops permanently available. Many people now check not because they truly need information, but because their nervous system craves temporary relief from uncertainty. But relief is not peace. Peace begins when the mind no longer needs constant checking to feel safe. This takes patience. The nervous system does not instantly release compulsive patterns built over years, but slowly, through awareness, something changes. You pause before checking automatically. You allow uncertainty to exist briefly. You stop feeding every anxious urge immediately, and over time, the compulsions weaken. Not because uncertainty disappeared, but because your nervous system became stronger than the fear demanding constant reassurance. This is what the Stoics understood deeply. Freedom is not controlling every possibility. Freedom is no longer being psychologically controlled by the need to constantly check, confirm, and guarantee safety before allowing yourself peace. And perhaps one of the most healing moments arrives quietly, when your mind finally realizes it does not need to inspect every corner of life constantly in order to survive it. And once the mind becomes trapped in compulsive checking, even simple decisions begin feeling emotionally exhausting. What to choose, what to say, what path to take, what opportunity to accept, what version of yourself to become. And slowly, the brain becomes overwhelmed not only by fear, but by possibility itself. This is decision fatigue, not ordinary tiredness. A deeper exhaustion created by constant mental evaluation. Many overthinkers live inside endless internal debates. Every option gets analyzed repeatedly. Every outcome gets mentally rehearsed. Every possibility gets compared against imagined futures. And eventually, the mind freezes. Because too many choices create paralysis. The person becomes terrified of choosing wrong. What if there's a better option? What if I regret this later? What if this decision changes my whole future negatively? What if I miss something important? So instead of moving, the mind keeps circling, thinking, comparing, reconsidering, delaying. And while life continues moving forward naturally, the person remains psychologically stuck between possibilities. This is one of the hidden dangers of overthinking. The mind becomes so focused on avoiding mistakes that it stops fully living. Modern life makes this problem much worse. Human beings now face more choices than ever before. Endless career paths, endless opinions, endless products, endless advice, endless information. The nervous system becomes flooded with possibilities constantly, and anxious minds struggle deeply with excess possibility because possibility creates uncertainty. The brain starts believing there must be one perfect choice hidden somewhere, one flawless path that guarantees happiness, success, safety, or peace forever. But life rarely works that way. Most decisions are not permanent identity verdicts. Yet overthinking transforms ordinary choices into emotional life-or-death situations. A simple decision suddenly feels enormous, because the mind secretly believes mistakes are dangerous. This usually connects deeply to perfectionism and low self-trust. A person who fears failure intensely will naturally struggle with decisions because every choice carries emotional risk. What if I choose wrong becomes psychologically overwhelming, so the nervous system delays action trying to eliminate uncertainty first. But uncertainty cannot be eliminated completely. The Stoics understood this clearly. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that action matters more than endless hesitation. Life unfolds through movement, not perfect prediction. The Stoics believed wisdom comes partly through experience itself, not only through endless mental analysis beforehand. This changes the relationship with decisions entirely. The anxious mind says, I must choose perfectly. The Stoic mind says, I will choose thoughtfully and adapt if needed. One mindset creates paralysis, the other creates momentum. Many overthinkers secretly believe a wrong decision will destroy their future permanently, but most human beings survive imperfect decisions constantly. They learn, adjust, recover, change direction, adapt. Human beings are far more resilient than fear predicts. But the overthinking brain forgets this. It treats uncertainty like danger and mistakes like identity collapse. so every decision becomes emotionally overloaded with pressure. And the more emotionally overloaded the brain becomes, the harder clear thinking becomes. This is why decision fatigue often creates mental exhaustion, irritability, procrastination, and emotional numbness. The nervous system becomes overwhelmed from carrying too many unresolved possibilities simultaneously. Eventually, even small choices feel heavy. What to eat? What message to send? What task to begin? The mind loses clarity because it is trying to mentally process too much all at once. The Stoics practiced simplification against this tendency. They focused on values instead of endless possibilities. What is wise? What is honest? What aligns with character? These questions create grounded decision-making because they shift attention away from impossible certainty and back toward inner principles. The anxious mind chases perfect outcomes. The Stoic mind focuses on reasonable action. This creates psychological relief, because once you stop demanding perfect certainty before choosing, decisions become lighter emotionally. You stop needing guarantees that no human being can actually obtain. Marcus Aurelius understood something many overthinkers forget. No amount of analysis fully predicts life. Unexpected outcomes always exist. People change, circumstances shift, opportunities appear randomly, problems emerge unexpectedly. Trying to mentally control every future consequence only creates exhaustion. The Stoics accepted uncertainty as part of action itself. And strangely enough, this acceptance creates courage. Not because fear disappears completely, but because the person stops waiting for complete certainty before moving forward. Many overthinkers lose years trapped inside indecision, relationships delayed, opportunities avoided, dreams postponed. Entire chapters of life remain unlived because the mind keeps searching for impossible guarantees. Meanwhile, life itself remains temporary. The Stoics never forgot this. Time passes whether someone chooses or not, and often, avoiding decisions is itself a decision carrying consequences. This realization creates urgency of a different kind. Not panic, presence. You begin realizing that imperfect movement often teaches more than endless hesitation ever could. The nervous system slowly relaxes when this becomes clear. You stop interrogating every possible outcome endlessly. You stop believing one mistake will ruin your entire existence. You stop treating decisions like impossible psychological tests. And slowly, self-trust begins returning. Not because every choice becomes easy, but because you remember something deeply important. You are capable of adapting. This is the true Stoic cure for decision fatigue. Not perfect certainty, not perfect prediction, but inner steadiness strong enough to move forward despite uncertainty. And perhaps one of the most freeing realizations a person can experience is this. Most decisions do not require a perfect mind. They require a calm enough mind to stop fearing life itself. And once decision fatigue takes hold, many overthinkers begin avoiding choices altogether. Not because they are lazy, not because they do not care, but because every decision feels emotionally dangerous. Underneath the fear of making the wrong choice, there is usually something much deeper hiding quietly in the nervous system. The fear of blaming yourself afterward, the fear of shame. Because for many overthinkers, mistakes do not feel like ordinary human experiences. Mistakes feel like evidence of personal failure, proof that they were careless, foolish, weak, irresponsible, or not good enough. So the mind becomes terrified of choosing. What if I regret this forever? What if this ruins everything? What if I cannot forgive myself afterward? The nervous system reacts to decisions as if identity itself is at risk, and this creates paralysis. Many people assume overthinkers fear external consequences most, but often the deeper fear is internal punishment. The person fears what their own mind will say after an imperfect outcome, because the inner critic has already become merciless. You should have known better. How could you make that mistake? You ruined your own life. You always choose wrong. The person is not only afraid of pain, they are afraid of surviving pain while emotionally attacking themselves the entire time. This is why even small decisions can feel overwhelming for chronic overthinkers. Every choice carries imagined future shame attached to it. The mind begins rehearsing regret before anything even happens. And slowly, life becomes emotionally frozen. The person waits for certainty that never arrives because certainty feels safer than risking self-blame. But certainty is impossible. No human being sees every outcome clearly beforehand. Even wise choices sometimes lead to painful results. Even careful people experience disappointment, failure, and unexpected consequences. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that human beings control effort and intention far more than final outcomes. Life contains uncertainty by nature, yet overthinkers often demand impossible guarantees from themselves before acting. This creates unbearable pressure internally. The anxious mind believes, if I choose perfectly, I can avoid shame forever. But shame cannot be permanently escaped through perfect decision-making because perfection itself does not exist. The Stoics approached mistakes differently. They viewed mistakes as opportunities for correction and growth rather than permanent identity destruction. Epictetus believed human beings learn through experience, reflection, and adjustment, not through avoiding all error forever. This creates enormous emotional freedom. Because once mistakes stop meaning, I am worthless, decisions become less terrifying. The problem is that many overthinkers tie self-worth directly to outcomes. If the relationship fails, they blame themselves completely. If the opportunity goes badly, they see themselves as failures. If life becomes painful, they assume they chose incorrectly as human beings. The nervous system becomes emotionally unsafe because identity depends entirely on perfect outcomes. And since perfect outcomes cannot be guaranteed, fear becomes constant. This pattern usually begins early. A child heavily shamed for mistakes may grow into an adult terrified of choosing wrong. Someone criticized harshly may begin associating failure with humiliation instead of learning. The nervous system adapts by becoming hyper-careful, hyper-analytical, hyper-vigilant. At first, this may appear responsible externally, but internally, the person is living under emotional threat constantly. Every decision feels like stepping into possible self-condemnation. The Stoics practiced self-reflection without self-destruction. This is a critical difference. Reflection says, what can I learn from this? Self-destruction says, this mistake proves something terrible about me. One creates wisdom, the other creates fear. Many overthinkers cannot move forward because they do not trust themselves to survive imperfection compassionately. They fear becoming the target of their own cruelty afterward. This is why healing requires changing the internal relationship with failure itself. Marcus Aurelius constantly practiced humility because humility allows room for human limitation. No person predicts every consequence perfectly. No mind remains flawless under pressure. Human beings act with incomplete information constantly, and still, life continues. The Stoics believed courage is not the absence of uncertainty. Courage is movement despite uncertainty. This shifts the nervous system profoundly. Instead of asking, what if I choose wrong? You begin asking, can I trust myself to handle imperfection without destroying myself emotionally? That question changes everything, because the deepest fear was never always the outcome itself. It was abandonment by yourself afterward. Many overthinkers secretly live with conditional self-acceptance. I will love myself if I succeed. I will respect myself if I choose correctly. I will feel worthy if life turns out perfectly. But life cannot sustain that kind of fragile identity forever. Sooner or later, every human being encounters uncertainty, failure, disappointment, or regret. And if self-worth depends entirely on avoiding those things, the nervous system remains terrified constantly. The Stoics built inner stability differently. They focused on character more than outcomes. Did I act honestly? Did I act thoughtfully? Did I act courageously with the information I had? These questions create grounded self-respect because they allow humanity without emotional annihilation. And slowly, decisions become lighter. Not easy, but survivable. You stop demanding impossible perfection from yourself. You stop treating every crossroads like a permanent psychological verdict about your worth. The nervous system begins understanding something healing. You can make imperfect choices without becoming an unworthy person. This realization softens shame deeply. You begin trusting yourself again, not because you suddenly predict life perfectly, but because you finally stop turning every mistake into evidence that you deserve emotional punishment. And perhaps that is one of the deepest freedoms a human being can experience, knowing that even if life becomes difficult, you will not abandon yourself in the process. And once the fear of self-blame begins loosening its grip, something else slowly becomes possible. The ability to stop hiding your humanity so desperately. For many overthinkers, life quietly becomes a performance. Trying to appear composed, trying to appear intelligent, trying to appear emotionally unaffected, trying to avoid embarrassment, mistakes, awkwardness, or visible flaws at all costs. And underneath all this performance lives one exhausting belief. If people see my imperfections, I will lose value. So the nervous system stays tense constantly. Every interaction becomes emotional risk management. Every mistake feels dangerous because the mind believes vulnerability leads to rejection. But eventually, this endless self-protection becomes heavier than imperfection itself. The person becomes emotionally trapped inside image maintenance, always editing themselves, always monitoring themselves, always hiding parts of their humanity. And slowly, they stop feeling truly free around other people. The Stoics understood something deeply liberating about this. Human beings become mentally stronger the moment they stop demanding perfection from themselves publicly. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that every person is flawed, temporary, emotional, and imperfect by nature. The Stoics never believed confidence came from appearing flawless. True confidence came from no longer being terrified of being human. This changes everything psychologically, because many overthinkers are not afraid of mistakes themselves. They are afraid of being seen making mistakes. The ego desperately wants protection from judgment. It wants social safety. It wants admiration without vulnerability. But this creates constant emotional tension because human beings cannot maintain perfect appearances forever. Eventually, cracks always show. You become emotional. You say the wrong thing. You fail publicly. You disappoint someone. You look awkward. You reveal insecurity. And the more someone fears these moments, the more emotionally imprisoned they become. This is why some people feel exhausted after social interaction, even when nothing bad happened. Their nervous system spent the entire interaction trying to maintain a carefully controlled version of themselves. The body never fully relaxed. The Stoics practiced humility partly because humility removes the exhausting burden of perfectionistic image control. You stop trying to appear superhuman. You stop demanding flawless performance from yourself constantly. You stop treating visible imperfection like social death. And strangely enough, this creates deeper confidence than perfection ever could, because real confidence does not come from never failing publicly. It comes from surviving imperfection without collapsing emotionally afterward. Many people spend their entire lives avoiding vulnerability because vulnerability feels unsafe. But avoidance creates fragility. The more someone depends on appearing perfect externally, the more emotionally terrified they become of ordinary human exposure. The Stoics accepted vulnerability as part of existence itself, not weakness, reality. Every human being feels fear sometimes. Every person experiences insecurity, sadness, confusion, embarrassment, uncertainty, and failure. Trying to hide this completely only creates emotional isolation. Because people cannot deeply connect with performances forever, real connection happens through honesty. And honesty requires vulnerability. This does not mean oversharing every emotion publicly. Stoic vulnerability is quieter than that. It means no longer building your entire identity around appearing invulnerable. You allow yourself to be imperfect visibly sometimes, to say, "I don't know," to admit mistakes calmly, to learn publicly without shame, to exist without constantly protecting your image. This creates enormous mental freedom. Because once the nervous system realizes imperfection is survivable, social anxiety begins softening. You stop interpreting every awkward moment like a catastrophic threat to your worth. Marcus Aurelius understood that public opinion changes constantly anyway. Some people will admire you, others will misunderstand you. Some will criticize unfairly, others will appreciate your honesty. No amount of perfection guarantees universal approval. So why sacrifice inner peace chasing impossible standards? Many overthinkers secretly believe vulnerability lowers respect, but emotionally mature people usually trust authenticity more than perfection. Perfect people feel distant, guarded, unreachable. Humanity creates connection, and the Stoics valued truth more than performance. Epictetus believed people should focus on becoming good human beings, not flawless public images. There is deep peace in this shift because you stop constantly trying to manage how you appear every second. The nervous system relaxes. Conversations become lighter, mistakes become less catastrophic, laughter feels more natural, presence returns. You stop living like someone permanently on stage. This also changes your relationship with yourself, because accepting imperfection publicly often softens self-judgment privately too. Once you stop treating visible flaws like disasters, the mind becomes less hostile internally. You begin allowing yourself to exist without constant emotional armor, and slowly, a different kind of confidence appears. Not loud confidence, not arrogance, not superiority, a quieter confidence. The confidence of someone who no longer needs to hide their humanity constantly in order to feel worthy of belonging. This is what the Stoics understood deeply. Strength is not becoming untouchable. Strength is remaining grounded even when life reveals your imperfections openly. And perhaps the most freeing realization of all is this: the people who truly matter in your life were never waiting for you to become flawless. They were waiting for you to stop disappearing behind the mask of trying to be. And once the mind stops hiding behind perfection constantly, nighttime begins revealing something many people quietly struggle with. Their thoughts become heavier after dark. Fears feel bigger. Loneliness feels sharper. Regret feels deeper. And problems that seemed manageable during the day suddenly begin feeling emotionally overwhelming at night. Many people experience this so often that they start believing something is deeply wrong with them. But nighttime changes the nervous system in powerful ways. The human mind becomes far more emotionally vulnerable when exhausted. During the day, distractions, conversations, responsibilities, noise and movement help stabilize awareness. The brain stays occupied externally, but at night, external stimulation fades, silence grows, fatigue increases, emotional defenses weaken, and suddenly the inner world becomes louder. This is why thoughts often become darker at night. Not necessarily because life became worse, but because the nervous system became more emotionally exposed. The tired brain struggles to regulate emotion properly. Rational thinking weakens slightly while emotional sensitivity increases. Problems feel larger because exhaustion reduces psychological resilience. A manageable worry at noon can feel catastrophic at midnight. The Stoics understood that the mind becomes unstable when exhausted or emotionally overwhelmed. Marcus Aurelius often warned himself not to trust every emotional impression automatically, especially during moments of weakness, fatigue, frustration, or fear. Because emotional states distort perception, and nighttime amplifies this distortion, the mind starts catastrophizing more easily. Uncertainty feels unbearable. Painful memories resurface. Old fears suddenly seem convincing again. The brain loses perspective because the nervous system is depleted. This is why overthinkers often experience nighttime spirals. A single thought appears, then multiplies rapidly. What if my future falls apart? What if I never heal? What if everyone leaves eventually? What if I wasted my life? The darkness itself creates emotional spaciousness where hidden fears finally emerge. And because there are fewer distractions available, the mind begins focusing inward intensely. This is especially difficult for people carrying unresolved emotional pain. During the day, busyness often keeps painful feelings temporarily buried. But nighttime removes many forms of escape. Loneliness becomes visible. Grief becomes visible. Fear becomes visible. Emotional exhaustion becomes visible. The nervous system finally hears what distraction kept muting earlier. Many overthinkers also experience something called emotional carryover. Stress accumulated throughout the day continues lingering inside the body because the nervous system never fully released it properly. By nighttime, mental exhaustion combines with unresolved tension, creating psychological overload. The brain becomes emotionally saturated. This is why even small worries can suddenly trigger deep emotional reactions at night. The nervous system has less capacity left for regulation. The Stoics practiced evening reflection partly to prevent this emotional accumulation. They believed unresolved mental noise should be processed gently before sleep, instead of allowed to spiral endlessly in darkness. But modern people rarely slow down enough to emotionally decompress. Instead, they carry stimulation directly into bed. Phones, notifications, social media, endless information. The brain stays activated until exhaustion suddenly crashes into silence. And once silence arrives, suppressed emotions rush forward all at once. This creates the illusion that nighttime itself is dangerous. But often, nighttime simply removes distraction. The mind finally becomes audible again. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself not to exaggerate suffering mentally. He knew the mind often enlarges fears during moments of weakness. Fatigue narrows perspective. Anxiety magnifies uncertainty. Exhaustion makes temporary emotions feel permanent. This is why emotionally mature people learn not to fully trust every late-night thought automatically. Not because thoughts should be ignored completely, but because exhaustion distorts emotional perception. A tired nervous system tells darker stories. This realization becomes deeply healing for overthinkers, because many people start identifying with their nighttime spirals completely. They believe the darkest thought must be the deepest truth, but often it is simply the most emotionally amplified version of fear. The Stoics practiced grounding themselves in reality instead of emotional exaggeration. What is actually happening right now? What facts exist beyond the fear? What part of this feeling comes from exhaustion itself? These questions interrupt distortion. The nervous system slowly learns that nighttime emotions are temporary states, not permanent prophecies. This does not mean nighttime pain is fake. Some nights carry genuine sadness, grief, loneliness, or emotional heaviness. Human beings naturally feel vulnerable in darkness sometimes, but vulnerability is not the same as hopelessness, and overthinking often confuses the two. The anxious mind says, "Because I feel lost tonight, my entire life is hopeless." The Stoic mind says, "This is a difficult emotional moment, not permanent reality." One creates despair, the other creates perspective. Many people also fear nighttime because they are finally alone with themselves. The noise disappears. The performance disappears. External responsibilities pause temporarily. And now the person must sit beside their own thoughts quietly. This can feel emotionally intense after years of avoiding stillness through constant stimulation. But slowly, something changes through awareness. You stop treating every dark thought like truth. You stop assuming exhaustion reflects permanent reality. You stop emotionally collapsing every time nighttime vulnerability appears. The nervous system becomes gentler with itself. You begin understanding something incredibly important. A tired mind is not always a trustworthy narrator, and perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is learning how to meet yourself compassionately during dark nights, without believing every fearful story exhaustion tries to tell. And once nighttime begins exposing hidden fears more clearly, many people slowly realize something painful. Their anxiety did not appear from nowhere. Their nervous system learned it, long before the overthinking, long before the hypervigilance, long before the exhaustion. There were environments where emotional safety felt uncertain. Growing up around unpredictable people leaves silent marks on the nervous system that many adults do not fully recognize until much later in life. A parent whose moods changed suddenly. A household filled with tension, criticism, emotional instability, anger, silence, or inconsistency. The child never fully knew what version of people they would encounter each day, and because children depend emotionally on the people around them for survival, the brain adapts quickly. It learns to scan tone, scan facial expressions, scan footsteps, scan energy shifts, scan silence. The nervous system becomes hyper-aware because unpredictability feels dangerous emotionally. This adaptation is incredibly intelligent for survival. A child who learns to detect emotional shifts early may avoid conflict, rejection, punishment, or emotional abandonment more successfully. The brain becomes highly observant because observation increases emotional safety. But survival patterns rarely disappear automatically in adulthood. The scanning continues long after the original environment is gone. This is why many overthinkers constantly analyze people without realizing why. Their nervous system still behaves as if emotional danger could appear suddenly at any moment. A small change in tone feels significant. Silence feels threatening. Delayed responses feel emotionally unsafe. The brain became trained to monitor environments carefully because unpredictability once carried emotional consequences. And over time, this scanning becomes exhausting because the nervous system never truly rests. Even peaceful environments feel suspicious sometimes. Calmness feels temporary. The body stays partially braced for emotional impact because it learned unpredictability could arrive without warning. This is the silent trauma of unstable emotional environments. Not always dramatic trauma, not always visible trauma. Sometimes simply years of inconsistency. Love one day, distance the next. Warmth one moment, anger the next. Safety one evening, tension the next. The child learns something dangerous internally. I must stay alert to stay emotionally safe. And eventually, alertness becomes identity. The Stoics understood that repeated environments shape the mind deeply. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on how human beings absorb emotional habits from the world around them. But he also believed people could retrain their inner world through awareness and discipline over time. This becomes deeply important for healing, because many people blame themselves for being too anxious, too sensitive, or too hypervigilant, without realizing their nervous system adapted intelligently to earlier environments. The body learned survival, but survival mode becomes painful when it never turns off. Many adults raised around unpredictability struggle with relationships for this reason. Their nervous system constantly scans for hidden changes. Are they upset with me? Did something shift? Why do they seem different? What if things suddenly go wrong? The mind becomes emotionally investigative because unpredictability created fear earlier in life. And the painful part is that many people become attracted to emotional unpredictability later because it feels familiar to the nervous system. Calm relationships may even feel boring or emotionally strange at first because chaos became associated with emotional attachment unconsciously. The body confuses familiarity with safety. This creates painful cycles. The person craves peace consciously, while unconsciously remaining emotionally addicted to hypervigilance. The Stoics believed awareness breaks unconscious patterns. Epictetus taught that many forms of suffering continue because people react automatically instead of consciously examining the roots of their emotional habits. This is where healing begins, not with self-blame, with understanding. Your nervous system adapted to survive environments that required emotional alertness. The scanning once protected you. The overthinking once protected you. The hyper-awareness once protected you. But protection is not the same as peace. Eventually, the nervous system must learn something new. Not every environment requires survival mode anymore. This is difficult because the body remembers unpredictability deeply. Even after external danger disappears, the nervous system may still react automatically. A calm conversation still triggers scanning. A small conflict still triggers fear. Silence still triggers anxiety. The brain remains addicted to searching for danger because searching once reduced emotional risk. Marcus Aurelius practiced returning himself to present reality repeatedly. Not old fear, not imagined danger. Reality. What is happening right now? This question interrupts survival conditioning slowly, because many hypervigilant people are reacting not only to the present moment, but also to old emotional expectations carried unconsciously inside the body. The Stoics understood that the mind can become trapped in anticipatory suffering, waiting for pain, preparing for instability, expecting emotional disruption constantly. But expectation itself creates exhaustion. The nervous system never receives permission to fully soften. This is why healing often feels unfamiliar at first. Rest feels strange. Consistency feels suspicious. Gentleness feels uncomfortable. The body has lived in alertness too long. But slowly, through safe experiences repeated consistently, the nervous system begins recalibrating. You stop scanning every silence for danger. You stop interpreting every mood shift as catastrophe. You stop assuming unpredictability is hiding behind every peaceful moment. And little by little, the body begins understanding something it was never fully taught earlier in life. Safety does not always disappear suddenly. Some people stay calm consistently. Some relationships remain steady. Some silence is peaceful instead of threatening. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is realizing this. You no longer have to live every moment emotionally preparing for danger that already ended long ago. And after spending years scanning environments for emotional danger, many people begin noticing another painful pattern in adulthood. Social interaction exhausts them, not because they hate people, not because they are weak, but because their nervous system never truly relaxes around others. A simple conversation becomes mental work. The brain analyzes tone, facial expressions, body language, pauses, reactions, eye contact, wording, energy shifts, and emotional atmosphere all at once. While speaking, part of the mind is already reviewing itself. Did I say too much? Did they seem uncomfortable? Why did their face change? Was that awkward? Did I sound stupid? And after the interaction ends, the processing continues. The person replays conversations repeatedly afterward, searching for mistakes, hidden meanings, signs of rejection, or emotional tension they may have missed earlier. This is why social interaction becomes mentally draining for overthinkers. The body is not only participating socially, it is monitoring constantly. And monitoring consumes enormous emotional energy. Many people assume social exhaustion only happens to introverts. But the deeper issue is often nervous system hyperprocessing. Some people can spend hours around others and still feel emotionally stable because their mind remains relatively relaxed internally. But overthinkers rarely experience that relaxation fully. Their nervous system stays partially alert the entire time. This usually develops from earlier emotional conditioning. A child raised around unpredictable people often learns to monitor social environments carefully for emotional safety. The brain becomes highly skilled at reading people because reading people once reduced emotional risk. So adulthood becomes filled with unconscious scanning. Who seems upset? Who seems distant? Who changed energy slightly? Did I say the wrong thing? Am I being accepted right now? The mind processes social interaction almost like emotional survival work. And because this processing happens so quickly and automatically, many people do not even realize how exhausting it becomes. The Stoics understood that excessive attention toward other people's reactions destroys inner peace gradually. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself not to become emotionally consumed by external opinions and shifting social perceptions, because human reactions constantly change. People become distracted, tired, moody, preoccupied, emotionally overwhelmed themselves. But overthinking minds personalize everything automatically. A neutral expression suddenly feels significant. A shorter reply feels emotionally loaded. A small pause becomes imagined rejection. The nervous system keeps searching for hidden social danger because it learned unpredictability could hurt emotionally. This creates social hypervigilance, and hypervigilance prevents true rest. Even enjoyable interactions can become exhausting because the brain is processing far more than necessary. The person notices subtle details constantly without knowing how to emotionally release them afterward. This is especially common in sensitive people. Sensitive nervous systems absorb emotional information deeply. They notice discomfort quickly. They pick up tension others ignore. They feel emotional atmospheres intensely. This awareness can create empathy and emotional intelligence, but without boundaries, it also creates overload. The person starts carrying emotional residue from every interaction. Someone's stress affects them. Someone's disappointment lingers inside them. Someone's criticism replays in their mind for days. And slowly, the nervous system becomes socially fatigued. Many overthinkers also struggle because they are performing socially instead of simply existing socially. Part of the mind constantly manages image, behavior, wording, reactions, and emotional presentation. This creates deep internal tension. The body never fully settles because the person feels psychologically watched all the time. The Stoics practiced something radically freeing against this: presence without performance. Epictetus believed people should focus more on integrity than social perfection. This shifts attention away from obsessive self-monitoring and back toward authentic participation in life itself. You stop trying to control every impression. You stop mentally editing yourself every second. You stop demanding flawless social performance, and this creates enormous emotional relief. Because social exhaustion often comes less from people themselves and more from the endless mental processing happening underneath interaction. The nervous system becomes trapped in evaluation. How did I do? Did they like me? What did they mean by that? The conversation ends physically, but mentally it keeps continuing for hours. Marcus Aurelius understood that human beings suffer deeply when they remain psychologically attached to every interaction afterward. The Stoics practiced letting moments pass instead of mentally carrying them endlessly. This is incredibly healing for overthinkers. Not every conversation requires post-analysis. Not every facial expression hides rejection. Not every awkward moment deserves emotional investigation. Sometimes people are simply human, tired humans, distracted humans, imperfect humans, and sometimes you are allowed to be imperfect socially too. This realization softens the nervous system gradually. You stop treating interaction like emotional combat. You stop carrying every conversation home mentally. You stop scanning every detail for hidden danger. And slowly, something changes. Social interaction becomes lighter. Not because anxiety disappears instantly, but because the mind stops trying to process every microscopic emotional detail constantly. The body begins conserving energy again. Presence returns. Conversations feel more natural because attention is no longer split between connection and endless internal analysis. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of social peace arrives quietly the moment you finally realize this. You were never meant to carry every human interaction like an emotional crime scene needing investigation afterward. Tonight, you faced something most people spend their entire lives running from, not the world outside you, but the world inside you. The hidden addiction to chaos, the fear of uncertainty, the exhaustion of perfectionism, the pain of self-criticism, the endless mental checking, the need for approval, the fear of rejection, regret, failure, and losing control. And through it all, the Stoics whispered the same truth again and again. Peace does not come from controlling every thought. It comes from changing your relationship with the mind itself. You were never meant to carry every fear like a permanent burden. You were never meant to spend your life fighting imaginary disasters inside your own head. And you were never meant to destroy yourself trying to become perfect enough to finally deserve rest. The mind can heal, the nervous system can soften, and the noise inside you can grow quiet again, not overnight, not through force, but through awareness, patience, acceptance, and the courage to stop fighting yourself every moment of the day. So tonight, let the weight go a little. Let the thoughts pass. Let the unfinished things rest. Let tomorrow arrive when it arrives. And remember this deeply. Your mind is not your enemy. It is simply tired from surviving too long without peace. If one part of this journey spoke directly to something you've been carrying silently, leave a comment below and share the lesson that stayed with you the most. Sometimes, a single sentence can help another person realize they are not alone in their battle. And if you're ready to slowly retrain your mind toward calmness, clarity, and inner strength, subscribe to the channel and continue this journey with us.